evening, it's Super Bowl time. I'm Mark Goldbridge and welcome to That's American Football Tonight. We do it every year. We're ready to go. We're very excited and it is the Kansas City Chiefs against the Philadelphia Eagles for the Super Bowl. Can the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, the legendary quarterback, win it 3 times in a row? We're about to find out. It feels a little bit naughty if you're in the UK. It's 11 o'clock on a Monday night and we're about to go through until 4 o'clock in the morning. No school, no work tomorrow, or maybe you'll just be tired for it. I'll tell you what, we're ready to go. We've kitted it out. We've got some extra stuff thanks to NFL Europe who've sent us all this stuff as well. The number 10 is on Goldbridge today. We've also got some American sweets to try out, including, not sweets, but creamy coconut Dr. Pepper. This is a tradition. We do it every year. And we've got some interesting American snacks and drinks to try out as well. But just a little bit of something extra that we'll be bringing you throughout the game as well. It will be kicking off at 11:30, and I will be telling the new converts how you follow this game because it is an amazing event and we're very excited about it. But also a big shout out to NFL Europe for some of this stuff as well that we have to show you. Let me go to this screen. Oh, it's gone all black, Mark Goldbridge. What's going on? Well, we've got a couple of goats to show you first of all. There's Lionel Messi. Considered one of the GOATs of the game, turning up to watch the Super Bowl. Rodri's there. I think Luis Suarez is there as well. But from one GOAT to another who will be going for 3 in a row. Here he is, Patrick Mahomes, warming up, ready to go on what could be a historic night. Nobody's ever done it 3 times in a row. He's the guy. He is the guy that drives this Chiefs team. Can Patrick Mahomes win it 3 times in a row? Let's be honest, the nerves aren't going to get to him. And this is where the stage will be set for the Super Bowl. Chiefs against the Eagles. What a venue. New Orleans. Let me know in the chat if you know where that actually is. Not New Orleans, but the name of the stadium. What a scene. What a set. And we should be able to bring you lots of little bits of clips, maybe from the crowd as well, throughout the game. Very exciting. Anyway, thanks to NFL for that. Really appreciate it. We should hopefully be able to bring you... Kevin Costner was there if you're a fan of Yellowstone. I wanted to play the clip and I was told, no, keep it to GOATs. I said, Kevin Costner likes American football. I like Yellowstone. I like Robin Hood. I like Prince of Thieves. But it's called the Superdome. It's in New Orleans. And the reason I'll ask that, GOATs of the game will know. The Thunderdome is what it should be called. Yes, I've got the headphones. Don't worry about that. We'll be able to keep you updated with what's going on. Very excited. We only get to do this once a year, but very excited by it. Fly, Eagles, fly, says Aaron Jones. Who you got winning this? Let's get a bit of a poll going on. Who wins the Super Bowl? Who is it going to be? Are you going to eat some sweets, Mark? I'm desperate. I've not eaten since 3 o'clock because I know I'm going to eat a lot of sweets and chocolate and crisps, and it's not necessarily the best thing for me to be doing at this time of night. But we do it once a year, and that's what we do. So who's going to win it? Chiefs or Eagles? Let me give you a little bit of background of what this is all about. If you're new to American football, this is one of the biggest games in world sport. It does take a little bit to get used to, but it's not that difficult. We play 4 quarters of 15 minutes, but it ain't over in an hour. This will start at 11:30. It will finish around 3:30, maybe 4 in the morning. At halftime, Kendrick is going to be there doing his show. Love to react to that. We've had some funny moments over the years. But essentially, 4 quarters of 15 minutes. The Chiefs, favourites. They've won it the last 2 years in a row. They play a league system in different leagues across America. And then the top teams go into the playoffs. So the Eagles have played 20 games. And the Chiefs have played 19 games because they, as the best qualifier, didn't have to play the qualifier round. 17 wins, 2 losses for the Chiefs this season. 17 wins, 3 losses for the Eagles. The best 2 teams in the NFL this season. Detroit Lions were good going into the playoffs, but they lost. So these are the 2 best teams, which isn't always necessarily the case, but on paper they are the 2 best teams. I would say the Chiefs are a better team to watch if you are a convert or new to the NFL. They like to play a passing game. I like the Bills. They're a very, very passing game, very offensive team. Eagles, might be wrong to say this, but they are a bit more of, I can't remember the term for it, but when the ball comes out, they're not necessarily looking for runners and passing. They're looking to make yards because obviously the whole point is to get from one end to the other and get a touchdown. And you do that by moving 10 meters forward every play. And then you get what you call a first down. So you get 4 attempts to get 10 meters. And if you don't, the possession goes to the opposition. So Eagles very much are a team that's looking to make that ground by just carrying the ball, whereas Mahomes looks to pass. Best 2 teams ever based on combined records, says Connor Jackson. It's the Eagles versus the refs, says Joe. I do sort of feel that as well. I mean, who do I want to win? I probably want the Eagles to win because I'd like somebody new to win it. I think the Chiefs are a better NFL team to watch if you like a passing game. But Chiefs haven't scored that highly this season. They've won a lot of games on experience and Mahomes and... but I do get a Man City vibe off the Chiefs. I said this last year. I said it the year before. Maybe it's because they keep winning it. Is Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl? She will be because a partner plays for the Chiefs. Are you excited for Kendrick, says Rebecca? Yeah, massively excited. It's why I'm here. Jacob says, I have an Irish exam at 20 to 9 in the morning. Wish me luck, says Jacob. Yeah, I mean, I've got an appointment at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning that I can't cancel. And I've got to do the United Stand at 10 o'clock. And I've got to record the podcast at 11 o'clock. So I ain't getting a lot of sleep. But this is what it's all about. Just seen some wonderful green northern lights, so I'm going Eagles, says Bombo. Are you a Rams fan, says Ramsey? No, I had a choice. I got sent 2 NFL tops. As you can see, I've got quite a bit of memorabilia. I've got a ball, I've got a Bills cap, I've got a Vikings cap, I've got an NFL hat, proper helmet there. I've got a Lions scarf, I've got a Rams top, and I've got a Broncos top as well. And I just thought the orange sort of didn't go with the colour theme. So I went with the Rams top. But no, I'd say, like, my grandparents went to America when I was very young. And they came back with a Dallas Cowboys top. And then I had this wallpaper on a feature wall when I was growing up, which was like American football montage. And it had all the teams on it. And it was really old because in those days, the Washington Commanders were called the Washington Redskins. Chicago Bears, I think they are still called that. And so I liked the Cowboys. Yellowstone. But having watched more of the NFL over the last few years, I like the Bills because they play a really attacking game. So Barkley will destroy the Chiefs, says Anthony Turner. Is Michael Oliver the ref, says Robert McCormack. Love the Rams, T-Mark. Excited for Kendrick, says I'm Hayden Banks. Yeah, do share the video and get involved in it. As I said, we've got some lovely little clips. If you're tuning in a little bit late, we've just been showing some stuff there. I can show you the amazing Superdome, which is where it's being played. Thank you to the NFL for sending all the stuff they've sent us today. Obviously, there are the games in London. I think there's some games in Dublin coming as well. A fantastic extra sport to get into. And as I say, it's not that difficult. It's hard for me to explain it when it's not actually started. It'll be starting in about 20 minutes. But it's not that difficult to get into. And on top of that, I think that also it's an easier game to sort of explain when it's actually going on. Because... and I will get words mixed up. I know there are purist NFL people out there who get involved in the chat and moan about this, but the NFL is about expanding to a bigger audience. And you're not going to do that if you don't introduce new people to it. I don't watch it every week. I monitor the results, but I love the Super Bowl and I love the playoffs. After Christmas is out the way, There's nothing like, I just love Saturday and Sunday night, just watching it and falling asleep. Not because it's boring, but because it goes on till the early hours, so I end up falling asleep. But not for the Super Bowl. We're ready to go. And yeah, I mean, some of these games can be really tight at the end, like really close. It was close last year, wasn't it, with the 49ers, and the Chiefs got over the line. And the Chiefs just have that, and they've had that this season. Loads of their games have been really tight. The Buffalo Bills played them in the divisional final to get into the Super Bowl. That one went down to one play. So, yeah, really, really interesting. Rate the Rams jersey. I think I'm going to give this away, you know. I think I'm going to give this away. We'll have to come up with a competition because I've got a 2 to give away. I've got a Denver Broncos one and this. But I like the tops. They're cool. 53% of you are going with the Chiefs, 47% are going with the Eagles. Is this one of the closest Super Bowls we've had in a long time? They've both been ridiculously dominant this season. And I think it's going to be... It is a game of inches, Rabid. It is. Hi, Mark. Will you watch this year's WrestleMania? I might do, and I might do a watch-along for it. How's about that? We like American things, don't we? I have got a bag of these. I propose to start off with those because they're not sweets. So I've got Cheetos, Flaming Hot, to try out. I've got a couple of... I mean, this one I know I'm going to like. Dr. Pepper Cherry. I know I'm going to like that. Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconuts. I mean, Creamy Coconut just makes me think back to... It tastes like creamy coconut. Just... No, I'm not going to talk about that. We've got some Pringles, classics from last year, pizza flavour. These are all in from America. I don't think you can get... I think you can get them in the UK, but... and then I've got a vast array of chocolate. I mean, I'm not going to eat all of these tonight, but we've got a Hershey's Cookies and Cream. We've got Reese's. I'm not mad on Reese chocolate, actually. We've got one of these. A Yo-Ho Candy Mini Bar. Never heard of that. We've got a Charleston Chew. A Mallow Cup, which is whipped cream centre. Might be something to do with marshmallow there. Tootsie Roll. I mean, are these American? Americans will be watching, let me know. I'm salivating. These are cool. These Muddy Bears are actually really nice. I mean, again, I hope they are American, but basically they're jelly with chocolate around them. Really nice, they are. There's one I tried earlier. Cookie Dough Bites. Had them last year, probably won't eat them tonight. We've got a Look Bar. I don't know what that's all about. We've got a Rocky Road milk chocolate marshmallow. That looks good. That looks good. So, yeah. They're really... I'll tell you what, they are very Moorish. Those Muddy Bears are really good. That for me is... That's the win tonight. Muddy Bears. Basically... jelly sweets with chocolate around them. Why did we never think about that in the UK? That is, that's better than that Birmingham City goal last night. That's the moment. Oh, they are so good. They are good. I've never had them before. Chocolate around chewy sweets. Just imagine Haribo coated in chocolate. Lovely stuff. Really good. Javier says, have you ever visited the USA? If so, what was your experience like? I have never been to the States, and I really want to go. No, I'd love to go. I might taste that. Sorry, I'm just gonna do it. Creamy coconut, Dr. Pepper. Here we go. We're just gonna taste it. It's there. Yeah, that tastes like. I'm sorry. I really do like Dr. Pepper, and I really do like Dr. Pepper Cherry, and I will be drinking that one. That tastes like sun cream lotion. You know the Malibu coconut one. It smells like it as well. Yeah. Have you ever had that? Still drinking it, idiot. Have you ever had that? Been on holiday and they've got that. I think it's called Malibu. It's like an oil that you use, sun cream oil. It smells really nice of coconut. This is what I imagine that tastes like. and it smells like it. And yet it's incredibly Moorish. Interesting. Coconut, creamy coconut, Dr. Pepper. You Americans, you'll try anything. You will try anything. As an American, I hate this name, American football. Football is football. What name would you give the sport? American football, Red Harlow, because we've got football. Forever MUFC says, come to Denver with that Broncos jersey, says Shahin. Forever MUFC says, Mark, you should be a Green Bay Packers fan. They are fan-owned. Their stadium is right in the middle of a neighbourhood. You park in people's yards for the game. Huge party tailgate for every game. I did... Aaron Rodgers used to play for them, didn't he? It's a shame he went to the Jets. United and the Cowboys are a lot alike in their respective sports. Massive brands, great history, but far removed from the glory days. Absolutely spot on, LA Chico. Emmett Newland, thank you very much. Connor Jackson says the Bills were absolutely robbed, though. Every year, mate. The trouble is, what happens is, it's really important to be good in the league system because the Chiefs basically got a bye to the semi-final because they had the best league form, and then they're at home for the semi-final as well. So the Bills had to come through a playoff game before they played the Chiefs, and then they have to go to the Chiefs for that divisional, which is basically a semi-final for the Super Bowl, which is a big advantage. They are just coming out onto the pitch now. Might be able to get you some footage of this, actually. They are just walking out onto the pitch at the moment. John Hamm, actor. Trying to think what he was in. I've seen him in loads of stuff. He was definitely in Top Gun Maverick. What's better, Mark? ITV or Sky for the Super Bowl? I always prefer Sky. I've got to be honest. But that's mainly because I watch that throughout the season. I mean, look, best thing to do is have me on and just put the footage on. As an American, we've done that one as well. Thank you very much. Hi, Mark. Will you watch this year's WrestleMania? I've done that. Best watch-along of the year. Do you agree, says Cody? Well, I love my football stuff, but I do love doing the Super Bowl. And it would be amazing to hit 10,000 tonight watching this because obviously we're looking to convert people to the NFL because we do the Super Bowl every year. And with this and the charity stream I do in November, it's just something different that I really enjoy doing. Bradley Cooper, Philadelphia Eagles, love that. Great song. I don't know what he's singing. Is he singing the song with the... Let's have a listen. I can't get my ears in. Yeah, Eagles definitely had the best introduction there. If you like Brady, this is his first Super Bowl, announcing it's the same stadium he won his first in, says Anthony Frost. Francis, hit 10k subs today, Mark. Onwards and upwards, says Hopi. Well done, pal. Dead Zone says 49ers fan. Go Birds. I despise Taylor Swift FC. I'm Hayden Banks, says I'm excited for Kendrick and I love the Rams tee. I think I read that one as well. David Coote reffing I heard, says Matt Thomas. And is Gravenberch the best defensive midfielder in the game right now, says Constantine. Is Michael Oliver the ref, says Ali. Faye Crossling, welcome to the Members Club. Appreciate that. Go on the Eagles. 54% going for the Chiefs. I mean, what? Look at, that. I'm just looking at it on the screen now. Obviously, we had footage of the stadium and that is incredible full. I'm going to try and get some footage. Which would be great. Looking forward to a halftime show. Rapper this year, says 4PF. Don Dominic. Is it not always rappers? I mean, we've had... Oh, no, we had Rihanna, didn't we? It was Rihanna last year. We had the medley, didn't we, with Snoop. And was it Usher one year as well? We had that guy who I got really excited about. Ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. I really sang along to that one. Manchester Devils, Chelsea Lions, Palace Eagles. Give us some Premier League teams as NFL teams. Newcastle Magpies. Liverpool Stork. What is it? Liverpool have? Everton Towers. Aston Villa Lions. They'd be Chelsea would want the Lions as well, wouldn't they? If this game's anything to go by, any of these players would be better than Onana at catching the ball, says Ethan. At least it's not Tampa. Don't want Joel getting any more money, says Martin Saunders. I'm from DC Commanders, an Arsenal fan. Believe me, Kansas will eat Hart alive. He is not good when blitzed. Love your content, says G49. Yeah, 2 quarterbacks. Obviously, we've spoken about the quarterback of the Chiefs, which is, of course, Patrick Mahomes, going for 3 in a row. Jalen Hurts is the quarterback for the Eagles. I mean, look, let me have a quick rundown of this. It was the weekend. That's who it was. It's a liver bird for Liverpool. That's obviously quite... I mean, look, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? I should have known that. But, yeah, so basically, I've had a complete brain blank here. They get in a line, and it's not called a scrum, and it's not called a line out. But basically, they get in a line, and the possession will be with the attacking team. They've got 4 attempts to get the ball 10 yards forward, and if they do, they get another 4 attempts, and so on. They don't have to just get it 10 yards. It can go back to Patrick Mahomes. He can throw it 40 yards. If they catch it, they've made 40 yards, first down. But you've got to make 10 yards in 4 attempts, because if you don't, the possession goes to the other team. So if you're 40 yards away from your own goal and you don't make it 10 yards, then the opposition would start with the ball there. So what tends to happen is, on your 3rd attempt, if you don't get close to 10 yards, you punt it to the other end, so the opposition start from the other end of the pitch. It's called a scrimmage. What we're expecting with the Eagles is that when that scrimmage happens and the ball goes back to the quarterback, so it will go back to Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts if it's the Eagles, Patrick Mahomes will be looking for runners to throw the pass 20, 30 yards, move up the pitch, make those first downs. Eagles sometimes won't look for the pass. They'll look to run the ball. So it comes out the scrimmage, it'll be palmed off, and they will look to make yards, gradually working their way up the pitch slowly. I think I'm right in saying this, although I've never ran it through. Sometimes games go on for a long time because teams don't make 10 yards very often and possession changes. And every time possession changes, you get adverts and breaks. With the Eagles, they're in possession quite a lot because they run the ball a lot. So the game can move quicker with the Eagles, although people find it not very purist. There's a term for it when you run the ball a lot. And a lot of NFL fans would say it's a bit like Stoke. Who's the Premier League equivalent of quarterback, says Matthew? De Bruyne, Rodri, those sort of players. Playmakers. Deep-lying playmakers, effectively. What do you think about the Liverpool today, says a Go Stoke, Ahmad Lover. Hey, you know what? At the end of the day, these things happen. I think Liverpool fans would be disappointed, but they didn't put a strong team out, so you get what you get. How long is the build-up? It will start around 11:30, but to be honest with you, it doesn't normally start bang on 11:30, if I'm honest with you. I'm just going to get you some footage here. Hopefully. Why is this not doing that? I mean, it's great. It's great to have. There we go. Got it. Lovely stuff. Oh, I tell you what, if we can get this up on the screen, it's absolutely fantastic. We will be able to get it up on the screen. This is footage of what the stadium looks like empty at the moment, but take a look at this of what we've got coming in for you. This is epic. Thank you very much to the NFL for letting us have this. Love it. Absolutely love it. There we go. Look at that. Don't look at look at that Pratt dressed up. Who does he think he is? Hope he's not playing. Oh, you're going to lose if you're playing that wolf thing. But look at this. Mahomes. There we go. Iconic. Iconic. I mean, you've got to say, oh, you've ruined it, camera guy, but that's iconic. If the camera guy's not there, look at that. I'm still laughing at that wolf thing. Oh my God. But that's an image, isn't it? That is an image. Lovely stuff. Got more of that to come in. You know, some people say it's manufactured. I personally think let's have another muddy bear. I personally think there are aspects of this that they do better than everybody else. Certainly. Who does Derek want? Derek's very excited. He's watching his first Super Bowl, which is great. 9,000 watching. Please share the video. Get involved. We want to get to 10,000 for the start of this. And big up to the goats who watch it to the end. But we're going to, if you're here for the first time, you're going to learn more as the game goes on. But 54% of you are saying the Chiefs. 46% of you are saying the Eagles. I will close that poll now because we're getting very close. Jay Ransing, thanks for your super chat. Rushing yards, Marks, is you. Rushing, that's what it's called, isn't it? So, what do you think about United going for Ben Chilwell? Absolutely not going to happen, Football Analytics. What do you think about Liverpool today? Done that from Ahmad Lover. JTS Racing has got college tomorrow, but I've got to watch this. Never watched the Super Bowl before. Look, there'll be a few of you that's been watching it with us for years. And there'll be a few just going to watch it for the first time. And hopefully you'll be with us next year because I really do enjoy it. Who is the Premier League equivalent of a quarterback? Says Matthew. We've done that one. You're actually very cute, says Everyday Gamer. Is this game's anything to go by? Any of these players? Okay, we've done that one from Ethan. Thank you very much. I quite liked that from Matthew earlier as well. What would be American football names for British Premier League clubs? What about Celtic Tigers? I know they don't have a tiger on their shirt, but surely they would go for that. Celtic Tiger, so, maybe they'd go for that, Tigers. I wish Everyday Gamer's getting a bit sexual in here. Casemiro playing for the Eagles, says Theodore. Right, we're gonna start in a minute, so I feel I want to just try these. You know when Americans say flaming hot, I feel like it's a bit like someone saying a chicken korma's hot. I mean, we eat the curries we eat over here and the chilies that we eat. I don't buy into this flaming hot nonsense. I mean, it is red, but flaming hot. That's not hot. Unless there's an after kick. This is like eating salt and vinegar crisps. They're not hot. They're quite nice, actually. Yeah, lovely. Really nice. Right. Challenge accepted, easy work. Got the food police in the chat. Full of artificial colours. Look, it's not the normal stuff that I eat. But for the Super Bowl, bit of a treat. Jackie Swan says, just got here. What are you wearing, Mark? Go the Eagles, I think. Actually, that's a little bit hot. Give me some of that creamy coconut. As an Arsenal fan, I heat your jersey, says G49. What's Arsenal's connection to the NFL then? I know Tampa Bay Buccaneers own Man United, Glazers, but what's Arsenal's? I'm getting a bit of an aftertaste with that. They're not as nice as I thought. For first timers, I would recommend having a drink. It can get slow with all the ads. It's more of a spectacle than a sport. I think this is a great point, Cinema Drunk. I just love the hours of chat and conversation with you great people. We nearly hit 10,000, by the way, so please smash a like and share the video. Jackie, I'm wearing a Rams top. Can't believe I'm ill and Superbowl is on. Result says I'm packed. Thank you very much for your super chats that have come in so far. Did you see Trump, says Private? I haven't seen Trump, no. But you might see a clip of him on here because we have got access to off-field clips that we can probably show you. Which I am going to try and show you. An added feature to the show this year, and courtesy of the amazing NFL Europe team, who've been really good to us in giving us footage. Let's have a laugh at that one again. I mean, I'm going to get rid of some of these, but I've got other ones to show you. That's Patrick Mahomes running onto the pitch. Will he be the guy holding up the Super Bowl 3 times in a row? Never been done. I thought I've done that one. I thought I was uploading a new one there. Let me loop that and browse. Okay, I've shown you all these ones before. That's my fault. I thought I had some better ones than that. Seems to be. I thought I had some new ones. That says 1054. Oh yeah, that's because it's 1054. What's this? Yeah, I feel I'm being very Chiefs-centric here in the clips at the moment, but I have got some Eagles footage I can show you as they came out onto the pitch as well. That's, obviously we've seen that. You've seen that a lot. I'm not actually a Chiefs fan, but you'd think I was showing that one all the time. But we have got a bit of the Eagles coming on as well. And I'm not talking about the band. There we go, look at that. They're good to go too. That's better. No stupid mascot. And no cameraman getting in the way. Look at that. Iconic. They do it well. They do it good. Well done to them. Cheers, Mark. Too bad my Vikings flopped first round. We do have a Vikings cap up there, though. If you are a Vikings fan or a Bills fan or a Lions fan or even a Commanders fan, you'll see the little hat down there on the ball. Still not started yet. Meant to start at 11:30. Never does. Not moaning about it, but it never does. Never does. I'm not going to eat any more of them Cheetos because they have a horrible aftertaste. But I'm a big fan. I don't think anything's going to top Muddy Bears this year. I can't remember what one. I do remember one year. What was the... We always have American... If you're tuning in going, what's he doing? We always get American snacks for the Super Bowl. Can you remember the year? I can't remember what they were called. They're like little fish cheese snacks, but they're different colours, like red, green, and blue. They were very good. Can't remember what they're called, but these are fantastic. Muddy Bears. Oh. They're basically Haribo's covered in chocolate. We should have these in the UK. Chocolate and Haribo's. Madness. Brilliant. Swedish fish, that's what they were called. Or goldfish. Matthew says, Mark about to go searching for frisbees in a pond. Wish me luck. Be careful. Not sure if you already knew, but LeBron James owns 2% of Liverpool, says Cole David. Thank you very much. And Jackie Swan says, thanks for the hat, Mark. Hope you enjoy the game. I might fall asleep, but I'm going to try very hard. I'll try and keep you awake, Jackie. Just lie back and enjoy it, and I'll try and keep you awake. That could mean something differently to somebody else who's not listening, who's not watching. Big shout out, Aaron, one of my mates. He goes to this. You know, the Super Bowl is a American football is a growing sport in the UK. But big shout out. Can't remember the bar, but I am going to shout it out, and I'm happy to shout anybody else out. If you've got any parties going on and you want shout outs, get in the chat. I mean, I'll definitely read it if it's a super chat, but I'll try and read it in the chat as well. But there is a bar in Birmingham that for decades in the centre of Birmingham, every Super Bowl night is open till the early hours, and it's rammed. And there's lots of little communities like that. Do they have VAR, says Lewis? Mate, they've got more refs than bloody the PGMOL. They've got so many referees, there's bloody loads of them. If somebody knows how many referees there are, let me know. There's loads of them. There's things called the yellow flag, like the game can be being played and then a yellow flag will come up because there's been a foul or an obstruction or something. And if you get one of those called against you, it can be an automatic first down, or it can be an automatic penalty where you go back a few yards as well. We'll learn all this as we go. The bottom line is, it's the Kilda Bar in Birmingham where they do this every year. It's 6 points for a touchdown and 1 point for a conversion kicked. So it's 7 points a score normally. I don't think anybody ever really misses the kick. So 6 points for a touchdown, 1 point for a conversion kick, 7 points. The only other way people can score points really is there's something that happens in the last. There's a way that. Oh no, there's another way. There's another way you can do it. When you score your touchdown, if you want to, you don't have to kick it. You can actually try and get 2 points by rushing it, which nobody ever really does unless they're desperate to catch up. Another way you can score points as well, a lot of teams will do this, if they're within sort of 40 yards of the goal and they're on a third down, so they don't think they're going to get that 10 yards, you can kick and take 3 points for a field goal as well. So that's a way you can do that as well. As I said, very simplistic instructions here. 2 teams. It's all about as many points as you can get. I've explained the point system there. Whoever starts with possession tonight, they will get 4 attempts to make 10 yards. You can run it, you can pass it. It has to be a complete pass from one person and caught by the other. If it's intercepted, then the other team have the possession of the ball. Also, if you can throw it longer than 10 yards, that's absolutely fine. You just go to where it lands. But if you don't make it 10 yards in 4 attempts, possession goes to the other team. Exciting. And this is meant to be a very close game. We will see. We will see. I don't know why they haven't started yet. It's 20 to 11. Hey, look, I'm not distressed about it because it doesn't normally start on time. They've got Tom Cruise on my screen at the moment. I don't know what he's going to do, but he looks like he's ready to go. Building it up. Let me get back there. I've just lost my live chat for a minute. 10,900 watching. We want to peak. Let's see if we can break the record. I think last year our record was about 10,000. What can we peak at? Share, share, share. We're about to start here. And can't wait to see how it's going to go. Who's going to get the first score? Don't know who's starting the games. I haven't had my audio on, so if you want to let me know who's actually kicking off, that'd be great. Did you know it's 3 a.m. here, says just a normal guy. He hopes the Eagles win. I'm tired. Did you know the Glazers own the books, says John? Yeah. The mascot makes Fred the Red look like a prat, says Said. And hi, I know you said that United players would have Googled Tampa Bay's training facilities, but you never Googled who owns the LA Rams. Yeah, because I'm not an Arsenal fan, am I? Oh, Arsenal own the LA Rams. Okay, I'm not an Arsenal fan. I just got sent this. Hi, Mark. Do you think we could ever get the Glazers out of our club, says James watches the Red Devils? I hope so. And Arsenal owner also owns the Rams, says G49. Okay. I'm a New York Giants fan. Not good for us at the moment. We're kind of like United at the moment. Barkley used to play for us, so definitely rooting for the Eagles tonight, says Durry. Look, I like the NFL. I like the Super Bowl. I do watch it, but I'm not hardcore. And I've got to be honest, I know very few players other than the quarterbacks of a team. So Barkley, he's a bit of a rusher, isn't he, on the offense? Here we go. We're up and running. Get it on. Get it on. So Eagles start with possession. I've only got this on because so I can hear what's going on. So Jalen Hurts will be starting the offense for Philadelphia Eagles. We're up and running now. We've started this Super Bowl. So they'll start with the scrimmage, 4 attempts to make 10 yards. Here we go. Yeah, Barkley is the rusher. Thank you very much, Jerry. Going back to what Darry said with his £10 super chat, you're very generous. New York Giants would be a very famous name in NFL. For me, when I was growing up, you had the Giants, the Bears, Commanders, Dolphins, 49ers. And there you go, the very first play from the Eagles, and that is what they're all about. Barkley rushing, gets the ball from the scrimmage and runs with it. And that is what the Eagles do a lot of. They don't necessarily go for the passes. They're a rushing team. So he's just made 6 yards. You've got to make 10 yards to reset. You've got 4 attempts to make 10 yards. So he's just made 6 yards. So play 2, 4 yards. Second. So here's their second play. And there we go. Good throw. First down. So that time, they didn't rush it. Quarterback, Hurts, throws it. Caught past their first down line. So they'll reset again with another 4 attempts. Will Mason Mount ever play for Man United again? Who knows? Are you a fan of any NFL teams, Mark? Says Sully. I like the Bills at the moment. I think they play the best. And I like Josh Allen as the quarterback. But the Cowboys sort of was the team that I got my first shirt for. See, rushing again. Yeah. It's interesting because if we were watching the Bills play the Chiefs, every time it goes to Josh Allen, he's looking to pass, he's looking to throw, he's looking to throw. Whereas the Eagles, a lot of the time, they look to run. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people don't like that in the game. And I don't really know why. Because to me, as not a hardcore fan, I think it's because when people are throwing it 30, 40 yards, it's just more interesting than running it, isn't it? Here we go, second down. Oh, that's a good take. So the Eagles here have played twice, and they're 10 yards away still from a first down. So if they don't do anything off this, they're going to have to punt and give possession back to them. Now, this is interesting. Fourth down. They're only 2 yards away from a first down. Will they punt or will they run it? Yeah, they're not going to punt. So a lot of teams in this position, third attempt to get to that first down. They're only 2 yards away from it, but a lot of teams would punt the possession because it's a risk if you lose it. Eagles are going to run it here. They probably will make it because it's 2 yards, but not everybody would try it. Whoa, what a pass! What a pass! They didn't even blitz. What's that all about? They've got to make 2 yards. There's a yellow flag. I think he might have been out of bounds. So what happened here? Yellow flag. No, that's not pass interference. So they've reset that. What a pass that was. Pass interference. I haven't missed anybody's super chat. I'll come back to it in a minute. There's a lot of breaks in this, but we're actually getting gameplay here. So this is a repeat. And they've had to punt. So Chiefs get their first chance. I think that was a harsh call. And I think this happens a lot with the Chiefs. I've said it before. They do get a lot of calls over the years. That's such a shame. So that would have been a big opportunity for the Eagles. 4th down, big throw, catches it. They said it was pass interference because he was touching the other guy's helmet. So they've had to kick it and give the possession back to the Chiefs. Bit of a shame. Kansas City Chiefs used to be the Dallas Texans before they moved cities 60 years ago, says Paul. To the people who hate the Chiefs with the refs, United had that, and look at them now. Only jokes, enjoy the night and keep up the great content, says Wooltube. Where are my Niner faithful, says Rinse Clear. Let us know who you support. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that. Have you ever seen the Will Ferrell film, Kicking and Screaming, about Ferrell coaching an under-12 soccer team? No, Matthew, I haven't. This is not NFL related, but I hope you have an amazing week, Gabby. Hope you do as well. Appreciate the super chats as well. Chiefs cheating already. Wow. Give me some cherry Dr. Pepper to calm me down. Yeah, I've got to say, I think that's a crap call. As I said, game starts, Eagles in possession, make a first down. 4 more attempts to get another 10 yards. 3 attempts, they don't get there. 4th attempt, they go with a massive long pass. He catches it. Yellow flag. Oh, he was interfering with the Kansas Chiefs player as he caught it because he pushed him in the face a little bit and caught it. It's soft. And then, obviously, the Chiefs, Eagles get to replay it. They're going to kick it. Joke of a call. Wasn't clear and obvious, says Christian. Yeah. Delicate Official says the cheating has already begun. F off the KC refs, says Delicate Official. Horrible call, says Zach. Happy mood back from Villa Park tonight, says yes lads up UTV. Very good they were today. Harry Kane has said he'd like to kick in the NFL, says Sully. And people wonder why people say the NFL is rigged, says Aaron Jones. Tim says crappy pool lost. Stan Kroenke owns the LA Rams, says Vicky Scott. Kansas City cheats. Are they related to Man City? This is why I don't like the Chiefs, because they remind me of Man City, rightly or wrongly. Did you know about the infamous 28-3 game, says Rinse Clear? No. What footballer players do you think could play NFL? I remember there was teams looking at Adama Traore. I think kickers, you'd look at goalkeepers, because you've got to be a big, long kicker. So I think if you want a field goal, you'd be looking at a goalkeeper. As a rusher, Adama Traore would be bloody brilliant at it, wouldn't he? Anyway, this is the Chiefs' first offensive play of the game. You should see more passing here. Mahomes is the best quarterback in the world. Hello from Virginia. Refs have already started. Come on, the Eagles, says CF Cash. And that's an instant first down for the Chiefs. 10-yard pass complete. I don't know what to try next. I think I'm going to try this Rocky Road. Any Americans ever tried one then? Rocky Road? Well, you don't have to be American. You might be in America and be Brazilian. Do you watch the NBA, Mark? Game 7 finals watch along would be good, but it's rare it gets there. I'm a fan of the Bay Area team and the 49ers, says Luke. I don't. I always get asked this every year. I don't watch NBA. I don't watch baseball. And I don't watch ice hockey. But I used to love playing ice hockey on the Mega Drive. I'd rather root for Man City than the Eagles. Their fans are repulsive. Spilling beer on children's heads, says Emily. Oh, sounds horrible. Looking forward to a sport with decent video replays, says Matthew. And J.E. says, as an American, I'm enjoying your call of the game. Refreshing and better than the network announcers. And Casey will get all the calls tonight. Thanks, great job. I love that, love that. They want Mahomes to overtake Tom Brady, says Pratt. Right, this is a third down for Mahomes. He's got to do something here, otherwise they're going to be punting. They're 9 yards away from a first down. This is their third down. He's got to do something. Oh, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's still got it, though. Incomplete. So the Chiefs are going to have to punt here. It's not a very good first play. So the ball basically incomplete, third down, fourth down. They're miles away from a first down. They're going to have to punt it, and that means that the Eagles will be back in possession. Good defense. Get in the bin, Mahomes, says Diego. 11,000 watching. How many's going to be here at 3 o'clock in the morning? You've got to stay till half time. Kendrick, come on. Oh, look at that. That actually looks like something this morning. So there's the punt from the Chiefs. That is soft. Not sure I'm a massive fan of that. It's got a load of marshmallow in it. I don't like marshmallow. Dark chocolate covered nougat and peanuts. I think I'll just go back to the Muddy Bears. They are brilliant. I mean, if anybody knows who owns these and they want to sponsor That's Football, absolutely incredible. Are you going to do any Six Nations, Mark? Says Pranky. I doubt it. Anyway, a bit of a break here. Possession's going to go back to the Eagles. No scores by either yet. Hopefully, this is a sign of what's going to be a very tight game. I don't know how people drink fizzy drinks regularly, you know. I hardly ever have them. Spursway said this could be quite low scoring like last year. And Rinse Clear says Chief and City fans are also similar bandwagons. It's 8 a.m. in Perth and I'll be here all night, says Joe. You're going to do any Six Nations? Thank you, Pranky. Do you think the main 3 Liverpool players will sign contracts, says Gabby? Also, do you think Trent will join Madrid? I think Trent's going to go. I think Salah will stay and I think Van Dijk will stay. HPN says, I think the refs are clearly rigging this for Mr. Swift so he gets a 3rd ring. And maybe Anana has an NFL move lined up, says Ray. Thank you very much for your super chats tonight. Zetti says, why is there so many people on the sidelines? I mean, how many people is in a match day playing squad in American football? Because they have an offense and a defense. So now that the Eagles have possession, they have a whole team of people that are part of the offense. And the Chiefs will have their defense out. But then when the Chiefs are attacking, they'll have a whole different team. Fennec, one of our mods, says 11,000 in here. Please keep sharing it. Right, here we go. Eagles are back out. Offense. Let's see if they play the run game or the passing game here. Eagles, first play. It's the run game. Doesn't get far. So play one, didn't really make any ground there. I'm glad our football games don't take this long, says Stevie. Is there any other sports you're a fan of apart from football and NFL, says Dara? I mean, I have got to say, I've really got back into wrestling this year. Like, really got back into it. I used to love it in the 90s. And then I sort of drifted away from it. But, you know, having a 8-year-old who loves the game. What a pass! 50 yards. Eagles, halfway line. First down. Good 25-yard pass here. Dejan says, how can people watch this one regularly? 5 minutes in and already 2 commercials. I think the thing about American football is running it again is I think when you watch football, you're immersed in it. Whereas I think with American football, it's an event. Like there are a lot of breaks in it where you can chat and everything like that. How would you approach this match as a coach, Mark? Says Juan. Tiki-taka. Keep it tight. Cap says Anana might really want an NFL contract. Clearly practicing his punting in every game. Here we go then. Third down. They're still 7 yards away from a first down. So this is an important play because they might be punting possession back again. Will they rush or will they pass? Eagles, third down. He's going to pass. He's gone long. Oh, they're going to be punting. Oh, yellow flag. I've got to say that sort of equals it out because I don't really see much of a foul there by the Chiefs. It's gone against the Chiefs this time. I mean, that sort of equaled out the one from before because I don't think it should have been a penalty against the Eagles on their last defensive play. And I don't think this was a penalty by the Chiefs. So it sort of equaled itself out. Makeup call, says Braden. Yeah. Apparently unnecessary roughness. So they've got a first down now, the Eagles. Bit of a get out of jail card there. First down, Eagles. 30 yards out from a touchdown. Oh, he slips. Daniel's still struggling to understand the rules of NFL. The NFL requires 16 commercial breaks per game, and I think that just says everything, says Doctored. Has the NFL gotten more popular in the UK? It definitely is, Sully. Definitely is. And Arna, yeah, I've done that one. Mark, how do you compare this to soccer? If Chiefs are City, who are the Eagles? Any interesting storylines? What should we watch for? Any Messi, says Steve. I think the Eagles are a bit like, I don't know. I don't know who the Eagles would be. What a ball! Touchdown! He's in! Eagles! First score! What a pass. Well, they can pass. Hurts can pass. That was absolutely brilliant. First score of the game. Dotson. And they're leading. Yeah, he's not got there. It's not a touchdown. He's a little bit short, so it's not quite a touchdown. I thought it was. It was a great pass, but he's just fell a little bit short there. So they'll come back for another play here. Who's your favourite football team? This is Sergio. What? American football? The Bills or the Cowboys? People say VAR's crap, which it is, but would you want it to stop-start like the NFL? I don't get NFL, but it seems very stop-start, says Ray. How do you compare this to soccer? Says Steve. I think the NFL, rugby, cricket are all examples of how video assistance refereeing works. Football just hasn't figured it out. I think the Eagles will end up scoring here. Just while we're waiting for this next play from the Eagles, if you're struggling with it, NFL for Dummies, it's really quite simple. When you're on the attack, you have possession of the ball and you have 4 attempts to get 10 yards. If you don't make 10 yards, you lose possession. So a lot of teams on the 3rd attempt, if they don't make it, on the 4th attempt, they'll boot the ball as far as they can to the other end, so the opposition start from the far end. If you make 10 yards, you start with another 4 goes to get another 10 yards. But you don't have to just go 10 yards. You could throw it 40 yards, and that's where you start from the next one. And you've got to get all the way down to the end, touchdown zone, touchdown. Or you can kick a field goal for 3 points. Eagles would probably be Liverpool, only won Super Bowl in 2018. Says Oliver. It's because the NFL has independent people review the ref calls, not their mates, says Zach. And Chris says, as a United fan in the US, it delights me to see you doing a Super Bowl watch-along. I think this is the 4th or 5th year we've done it now. I love doing it. It's one of my favourite streams of the year. I'm not loving my selection of... Oh, I know what will save me. Pizza Pringles. I was going to say, apart from the... Muddy Bears and Pringles tonight. They've sort of saved me. Here we go. First down, 2 yards from a touchdown. They're going to rush. Touchdown Eagles, rushed it over the line. They're not going to not score from there. Yeah, so their first down was 2 yards from the touchdown line. So they basically just played the scrimmage and then pushed Hurts all the way through, over the line, touchdown. Now they got 6 from that, then they'll kick to make it 7. Make sure he makes it. I've never seen anybody miss it, and he's straight down the middle. Love the dedication. Oliver Anderson says, I love the dedication, Mark. This sports makes no sense to me. Only interested because I love your streams. Well, hopefully more people will get into it because it does take a bit to get used to it, but it is quite simple once it's up and running. A lot of people don't like the Eagles because they play the rushing game, but I don't. From their first 2 plays here, I don't know, unless they're playing very differently, I don't really see any issues. They're quite an interesting team to watch. I'm not wearing a Rams kit because of Arsenal. I didn't even know. Sorry, that happens to me a lot. I went into a Pringles-induced trance. So, Mahomes comes out now, and it's the Chiefs' opportunity to respond. Rinse Clear says, fun fact, the Bills lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. I don't know whether that's a fun fact, mate. First down for the Chiefs with Mahomes. Just made about 5 yards, leaves them 5 yards short of a first down. JE says Super Bowl commercials go for $8 million per 30-second spot, so you'll see plenty of them. I've got one actually. It's just me there for 20 seconds staring. Imagine that, $8 million for a commercial. What's worse, Super Bowl or this current United team? Says, if you don't want to watch it, don't bloody watch it. Some of us enjoy it. We've been doing it every year. I like your LA Rams jersey, Mark, says Sergio. Thank you very much, pal. What do you think is the most supported NFL team in the UK? I think it's most likely the Dolphins, and legitimately because of Ace Ventura. I know the answer to this. I got sent it the other day. Oh, they're in trouble here. Chiefs are in trouble. 3rd down again. And it's incomplete. So they're having to kick again. They're going to kick the ball back to the Eagles. Most popular NFL team in London is the Dolphins, who accrue nearly 10,000 queries a month in the capital. But according to a poll in November 2024, Cowboys 1, Bears 2, Giants 3, Dolphins 4, and Patriots 5. I'd be surprised if it was the... Oh no, I've got another one here. That can't be right. I don't know. You go onto different pages and it says different teams. Brady or Mahomes, says Sarah. I like Brady. And he beat him, didn't he? He beat him a few years ago, Tampa Bay. Buccaneers. Unfortunately, I don't like the Glazers, but I did want them to win. I wanted Brady to win. Does the UK have American Youth Football City Leagues? No. Man United fan 81. Hi, Mark. Which NFL team do you want to see play in London? Says Sergio. I'd love to see the Bills play in London, but they're not, are they? It's is it the Jaguars, the Jets, and I can't remember who else it is this year. Patrick says Eagle fans are annoying. My girlfriend likes Kerry likes Pringles too. What flavour is it? Says Rohan. Pizza. Reece Jones says I don't think a footballer would make it in the NFL. Louis Reese tried it this year and he's a fantastic rugby player. Thank you very much. Double D says any chance of a watch along for this year's All-Ireland hurling final? Proper game played by lunatics who use weapons called hurleys to kill each other whilst chasing a ball called a... I don't know what that is, Double D, but I did live in Ireland for 3.5 years, so I know exactly what hurling is, and I never played it because I was like, people running around swinging a stick worries me a bit. What is yellow or red, considering you can literally torpedo an opponent to the ground on this, says Ray? I think a lot of the yellows are for obstructions, aren't they, or unnecessary roughness. How many baskets does the point guard for the Chiefs need to hit a home run? Oh, Goldio. There's always one. I need to finish my yogurt. I was eating it earlier and I don't want to waste it. It's one thing I don't like doing, wasting yogurt. Very good palate cleanser as well. I say yogurt, I mean Greek yogurt, which I absolutely love. Don't need to put anything in it either. Some people put like a bit of honey in it, or I love plain Greek yogurt. Can you get sent off in this game? This is a great question, Bobby. I don't think I've ever seen. I mean, I think if you punch somebody in the face, you probably can. Emily says, my boyfriend asked me what... Okay, Emily, come on. WrestleMania watch along, says Tio. I wish I'd done a Royal Rumble watch along. I think next year I will. Got some footage for you here of the touchdown celebration. I'm going to get it for you now. There we go. Yeah, could be a first down here for the Eagles. That was some footage courtesy of the NFL of the players. But this was a touchdown celebration I'm going to show you. There you go. First touchdown of this Super Bowl. For the Eagles. Why wasn't the first one given as a touchdown? He seemed to land in the zone, says Samuel. You've answered your own question, Samuel. They said he landed short. So, hence, they played from 2 yards out, and then they did get the touchdown. If you're new to the channel, by the way, please do subscribe. Here we go. They're running. They're playing a good game here, the Eagles. 1 yard short. So they're just inside the Chiefs half here. 1 yard. And yeah, first down. That's the rushing game of the Eagles, isn't it? Starting to see that more now. I must admit, I haven't really seen a team that rushes the ball as much as them. And that is their reputation, isn't it? What event was your most viewed watch-along, says 5 Cantonars? I don't know. I don't know. I can probably tell you. I mean, look, on United Stand, it would definitely be a watch-along. I can't remember what it would be. But there's also context to that, because you've also got to think about how the size of the channel, haven't you? I think it was, I'm going to look at it now. You've got me thinking. Second down for the Eagles. 6 yards short of a first down. Will they rush or will they pass? They're going to rush again. And didn't really make much around there. Our biggest watched stream on That's Football was England versus Italy. Euro 2020 final. 2.2 million. And then England versus Spain live Euro 2024 final is our second most watched one. 2 million. And then Argentina versus France World Cup final, 1.5 million. So all three are finals. Oh, yellow flag for the Chiefs there. That is a big call from the Chiefs. They've just been called for offside. And that's a costly one, because that gives the Eagles a first down when they're in massive trouble and would have had to be punting. Who wins the game? NFL team or European rugby team, says Ray. Depends what game they're playing, rugby or NFL. Really at the end of the first quarter already. I mean, that's been a quick quarter, and I think that happens when you have a running team, doesn't it? I said that before the game. End of the first quarter already. I mean, I don't know whether that was a quick quarter or not, but I did say before the game, because of the way the Eagles play and run the ball, there's more possession, which means the clock runs down quicker. So 7 to the Eagles and 0 to the Chiefs at the end of the first quarter. Remember, there are 4. Sully says, a good running game helps control the game and keeps the other team's offensive off the field. Typically, the team that has most possession wins, says Sully. Could you put the NFL helmet on behind you? Well, being as you asked and did a super chat, Fennec, I've not actually figured out how to make it fit, but I mean, this is basically what I would look like as an NFL player, because I have got an NFL top on as well. So this is Goldbridge, does NFL. Yeah, it doesn't sit right, does it? I look like I can. Yeah, it's not for me. But I can't even get the neck. There it is. There we go. Let's have it. Let's have it. I can't see the ball. Don't throw it to me. Messed my hair up now as well. That wasn't worth it. For a £2 super chat, that wasn't worth it. Any chance we get a watch along on the NHL Stanley Cup finals in early June? And who's your favourite NHL team if you have one? When I used to play Sega Mega Drive ice hockey, my favourite team was probably Air Bear, Detroit, what were they called? Detroit Eagles, was it? Or Pittsburgh Penguins? I think they... Oh, no, I liked them. I also like Montreal as well. Why won't Ineos put money in our club, says Constantine. Don't be worrying about it at 20 past midnight on a Sunday. Offside is when the linemen are over the line before the snap, says Chris. Thank you very much for that. I love the Cooper Cup jersey. Eastern Washington University represents, says Alex. Could you throw on the NFL helmet? We've done that from Fennec. Who wins the game? NFL, done that from Ray. Do you prefer Chinese or Indian takeaway? Says Gabby. Depends on the mood, Gabby. I've answered this many times. Good running game. Sully, we've read that one. Player can get ejected for unsportsmanlike actions, says Rinse Clear. I've never seen it happen. What do you think about refs announcing decisions to the crowd? These we're talking about in the Premier League, says Shahin. But that wouldn't surprise me if the Premier League did do that, because it's the sort of stupid thing the Premier League would do. Let's start by actually getting things. Detroit Red Wings, that's who they're called, Trini, thank you. Huge fan for 5 years from America. Love you, Goldbridge, says Jay. Thank you very much for tuning in, pal. Elimination Chamber Watchalong, says Dead Zone. Thank you very much. 5 Cantonars, thank you very much for that. You get ejected for helmet-to-helmet contact, says Manu fan. 81. Thank you very much for your super chats that have come in. The Eagles have had possession for 11 minutes in the first quarter there. Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. I'm starting to understand it now. One of my mates, who's actually in the pub in Birmingham, what was the name of the pub again? I want to shout it out. Every year, people go and watch it there in Birmingham Centre for the Super Bowl. I think it's called... Kildabar. He's a Rams fan, but interception. I didn't even know the second quarter had started here. Yeah, that's a mistake there. Interception from the Eagles. Second quarter caught me out a bit there. Jalen Hurts has gone long. Interception by the Chiefs, so they have possession now. But I was saying that before. My mate, who's a Rams fan, really into the NFL, we were out for a curry a couple of weeks ago, and I said, oh, it was actually we knew who was in the Super Bowl, so it was probably a week and a half ago. And I said, do you want the Eagles to win? And he said, normally I would, because I don't like the Chiefs, but I can't stand the way Eagles play. And I'm starting to see, really, what that's all about. Because it must be really frustrating to play the Eagles because you don't get to attack much. Look, I mean, to be honest with you, this interception by the Chiefs is right at the end of their half, so it's only like a punt, really, but just disappointing for the Eagles not to get any points on the board. Cherry Coca-Cola. It's not Cherry Coke, it's Dr. Pepper. Give me some Pringles. Hey, 12,000 legends watching this. And this is our biggest watched Super Bowl stream to date. It's getting bigger every year. Make sure you subscribe and get involved. Emily says, have you ever dated an American girl? No. That was quite blunt. Got nothing against them, but no, I haven't. Waiting for the Chiefs to come out on the air offence now. I feel like the Chiefs really need to score on this play. 7 down. Only their third offensive play of the game. We've got to start making it count. Goldio says, rank hot cross buns, lemon drizzle, brownies. Lemon drizzle last, hot cross buns second, brownies first. Delicate Official says, definitely won't see the Red Wings, Penguins or Canadians in the Stanley Cup this year, unfortunately. This is interesting, though, because the Chiefs are starting right from their own defence line. It's dangerous. It's a long way up the pitch. How long is half-time and the break between quarters, says Hoyland. The break between quarters is quick because we're already into the second quarter. The half-time is about half an hour. This is a massive play for the Chiefs now. Third down. They're still 4 yards away from their first down. If they don't go this, they're punting from their own defensive line. What do they call it? Goal line? This is a big play. Mahomes has got to make this. I think they will. And they've got to. Oh no, they're 3 yards short of the first down. They might rush it. Oh, he's dropped it. This is a terrible, terrible start by the Chiefs. Really bad. They're going to lose this Super Bowl very, very quickly if they're not careful. That's their third offensive play, and they've done nothing on. So they're punting now, giving possession back to the Eagles. Trippy's only here for Kendrick. You see, look at that. That punt barely makes the halfway line. So for the Eagles, they're starting straight away with possession, virtually on the halfway line. David says, have the Chiefs even had a first down yet? I think they did on their first play. I think they did have a first down, but I think they've only had 1 from 3 offensive plays. D-Lead says that Mahomes is basically an American Bruno. Mate, he's better than that. He's the best. He's the best quarterback in the world. Especially this season. If you look at the Chiefs this year, the amount of games they've won by 3 points, so tight. Rupish says, what would be Man United's equivalent of an NFL team? The Cowboys? I think so, yeah. Big name, but no recent success. Kicker or punter, Mark, says Sully. Kicker. Although you do more as a punter, don't you? Did you see Dublin got an NFL game, Mark? Steelers in September, the party to end all parties. Also, Sancho's comment under Rashford's post, says Rose. I haven't. Is that a new one? Yeah, NFL's massive in Dublin. They love it. Ireland. Hi, Mark. A big fan of the United stand, and that's football. As a fellow United fan and Cowboys fan, I would like to inform you that the Eagles are to the Cowboys what city is to United. Yeah, but I still want them to win, mate. I can't get involved in your inter-club politics. As a fair weather NFL fan, I just don't want the Chiefs to win 3 in a row. Ross, welcome to the Members Club. Jack says, it's my 4th Super Bowl with you, Mark. Always a pleasure. Thank you, mate. Is this the 4th Super Bowl we've done? We did Tampa Bay, Rams, Chiefs. Oh, this is our 5th one then. Yeah. Sancho replied to Rashford's post saying freedom. Yeah, might want to start playing well for Chelsea, mate, before you start saying lines from Braveheart. You can clip that. I mean, is that not just an example of the modern pop star footballer? Play shit for Chelsea, but put freedom under another player's post for another club. PR, PR. You look like Joe Burrow under that helmet, says Rinse Clear. There she is, Taylor Swift. Fantastic pop star. Rank Jim Leighton, Onana and TB, says 5 Cantonars. Leighton number 1, Onana number 2, TB 3. Right, here we go. Eagles. First play. Nothing with that first attempt there. Hardly made any yards at all. New England Patriots would be closer to Man United, I think, says Sully. Yeah, they had a good run, didn't they? You should come to Florida and meet a nice American girl. We're much better here, says Emily. I'm married. Don't need to meet any girls. Right, play 2 for the Eagles. Still 10 yards from a first down. Big play coming up here. Third attempt. Still 7 yards short of a first down. Might be punting again. Would you like to see a UK-based NFL team, says Pranky. What, who actually play in it? I do think that that's what they want to do, isn't it? I mean, look, it'd be interesting to see if it ever happens with football, this globalisation of the sport. Competitive NFL games are played in Germany. I think they've done one in Mexico. They do a few in the UK. Oh, brilliant. They make it look so easy. I mean, that's a 30-yard pass there from Hurts to Brown. First down, 30 yards from a touchdown. So here's the first play again. Do I like pretzels, says Chris? They're all right. AJ Brown's a baller, says STTT. Slot or Jurgen, says Sarah. I think Jurgen's built the foundations. Let's see what Slot can do. I think next year is going to be the most interesting one. Third play. 8 yards from a first down. Again. Yeah, I agree. They've got to start building a bigger than 7-point lead here of the Eagles. Chiefs are not playing well, but they're still the Chiefs. Will they punt here? Doesn't look like they're going to punt. Looks like they're going to go. So this is a massive play here. 30 yards out. They could kick. Kick. Why wouldn't you kick? They could have kicked. Risky. Big play this. Fourth down. If they fuck it up, they could have kicked. Yeah, I'd kick here. I'd take the 3. Rinse Clear says as well, take a field goal. Yeah. Take the field goal, 10-point lead. Gives you a little bit of a breathing space. Yeah, they're going to kick. 2-score lead. Oh, great. Good idea. Quite a big kick, though. 35 yards. This is to make it 10-0. Yellow flag. Was a good kick. Oh. That is a dodgy call again. They've given a 5-yard penalty to the Eagles. And he's made it. Big kick. Justice there, because I think that was a dodgy penalty as well. 10-0 Eagles. Yeah, basically, yellow flag went. Looked like the Chiefs from the scrimmage had moved too soon, which would have been a first down for the Eagles. Actually went against the Eagles in a 5-yard penalty, which meant it was 5 yards further back, but he's still done it. So 10 points down. I don't know the history of comebacks in Super Bowl. I mean, it's not massive. It's not undoable, but it's still a significant lead here. There we go, 10-0. Thanks for your super chats tonight. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, of course. We are still in quarter 2, but it's 10-0 at the moment. Mr. Funkman said that was an awful call again. It was the Chiefs guy that moved. Taylor will be looking for a new one after this lineup, guys, says OTS. You look like Cooper Kupp with that Rams jersey, says KMD. What a game today. How about the magic of the cup? Argyle till I die, says PAFC Dome. Well done today. Hugo Larson to United would be huge, says Constantine. And it's my girlfriend's first Super Bowl. Would love to hear some Agony Bridge, says Ross. Give me a problem and I'll solve it. Vanilla Ice. That's what they call me. If there was a problem, I'll solve it. Would you be ready to be Glazer's sports advisor, says Saf. I don't think they'd ever ask, mate. What's your opinion on Taylor Swift, says Mr. Starfish. I think that Taylor Swift is an absolute global megastar. I'm not saying anything else. I don't want the Swifties after me. Do you remember London Monarchs with Clive Allen? I don't remember Clive Allen being involved, Rob. I do remember the London Monarchs. Can you put the helmet on at half time, says Connor? I will. New England Patriots would be closer to Man United, says Sully. Thank you very much. Got another clip coming for you here. Let's have a look what we got. What do we got this time? Thanks to the NFL for that. That was the touchdown celebration. We showed you that before. That was the first touchdown. Well, this is the only touchdown, actually. And now we're going to show you the interception celebration. That was for the Chiefs. Big shout out to the NFL Europe for giving us these clips, of course. So we're up and running again. 8 minutes and 30 until half time. Where's VAR, says DJ John. Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A-, says Cameron CC. I can't bet in Montana, says Justin. Patriots beat the Falcons from 0-28 at half-time. What? That's incredible. Delicate official. I take it that was Tom Brady inspired. Second and 14 here. Mahomes is having a right tough time here. I mean, he's got the quality to work his way through. Oh, he's took down again. Mahomes has just been sacked 2 times in a row. Under pressure. Do-no-no-no-no-no-no. Eagles on fire, says Johnny. Yeah, Mahomes is just under pressure. He's not getting the safety. He's not getting the cover. He's not getting the protection. Gets taken down by 3 there. So it's a 3rd down for Mahomes. They're 16 yards from a 1st down. They're going to be punting again. Oh, he's intercepted as well. Jesus Christ. Touchdown! Oh my God! Oh my God! This is unbelievable. No, this is not the script. This is not the script. They are falling apart like a breadstick man in a wind tunnel. Sacked twice, intercepted on the 3rd play. Have we ever seen that with Mahomes? And then the interceptor runs for a touchdown. Chiefs are in big trouble here. I can't speak. The chat's going mad. Absolutely incredible. I tell you what, you can sense from the commentators, they're not happy. They're not happy about this. They won't be happy because, I'll tell you why they won't be happy, because a lot of people want to see 3 in a row. But they also won't be happy because it's very, very one-sided. 17-0. The defensive play of the Eagles has been the story of this game. Okay, 17 points is a very good start. We're not even at half-time yet. But the defense from the Eagles against the Chiefs have had four goes, basically. And they've messed up every single one. But that, sack, interception, touchdown. Unbelievable. This is not the Chiefs. Like, the Chiefs this season find a way to win games. They're getting pounded here. They're getting pounded like bread dough. Somebody said they're getting pounded like by Lily Phillips, like Lily Phillips. We don't need any of that filth in here. This is a watch-along for a Super Bowl. But they're going to find it hard to come back, aren't they? They're going to find it hard to come back because it's such a pounding. Like, it's psychological. The Chiefs' attack is non-existent. And the Eagles' defense is dominant. I don't even think the Chiefs' defense has been that bad. I don't necessarily think the Eagles' attack has been brilliant either. But it's the real story of the game is the defence of the Eagles. They've absolutely dumped. Swivel on that, Swift, says Stallion. Rebecca says, I love it when the underdogs are on top. I bet you do. But to be fair, Rebecca, this was, with the bookies, this was very, very equal anyway. They are the two best teams. I can't believe the Eagles have scored 17 goals, says Doctor. I'm American and handsome and listening to your football vocab is hilarious. Also, come on United, says Nelson. Can you play Madden at some point? The NFL isn't ready for Goldbridge Ball, says Pranky. Cooper DeJean is not a safety, says William. Have you placed any bets, says Jordan? No. Great assist by Mahomes, says Rob. Mahomes is playing like us in a cup final, says the Spurs way. And Aiden says, I've seen Chiefs come back from these before, but I remember one of my first Super Bowls, Eagles beating Brady, Patriots as underdogs, says Aiden. Best part of this Super Bowl was Helmet Bridge, says Joe. He'll be back. And do you think we'll see another attempt at franchising football someday to an MLS system, or was the Super League that the last attempt? No, it'll be back again, James. Who's going to win the Champions League? I personally think Barcelona. I'd say Liverpool, but I don't think you can write Liverpool off just because they've been knocked out today of the FA Cup. Who are the douchebags on ITV? Worse than Neville? I'm on Sky, Super Donut. Do you think Darren Anderson is Luke Shaw's dad? Says 5 Cantonars. M. Parker says 17-0. We should buy their striker. And Chiefs are falling apart faster than United, says Daniel. Bennett says, I remember my first Super Bowl in 86, but loving my first with your watch-along. Cheers, Mark. Go Eagles, says Bennett. And Emily says, I've come back from a pounding. Chiefs will too. Okay. Eagles' defence is just dominant here. And of course, because the Eagles' defence, sack, interception, touchdown, it goes back to Eagles' defence against their attack again because obviously the Chiefs get the ball. So the domination can continue. 2nd and 12 yards. They're trying to rush again. If the Chiefs don't score off this play and possession goes back to the Eagles, this game's slipping away. At least this stops the Trailer Travis love fest at the end if the Chiefs were to win, says Stephen the Hazard. Private says, I love Lily Phillips. Mahomes in trouble again. Fucking hell. I've never seen this. Sacked again. Sacked means they've got hold of him before he can make the play. Mahomes in possession. I mean, is he holding on for it too long? There's nothing on. They're punting again. So the ball's going back to the Eagles' attack here. And the Chiefs have not scored. There we go. Ball's going back to Jalen Hurts. Eagles are going to be on the attack very soon. 5 minutes to go to half time. 17-0. If they could get another field goal out of this, they're laughing. Pizza favoured Pringles. Well, It's not the final I hoped. It's the outcome I hoped. But I wanted it to be close. I thought it would be close. You don't need to be an expert to say that nobody was expecting this from the Chiefs. Domination. Owen says the Eagles' defensive line is world class. They've been unbelievable tonight. Absolutely unbelievable. Right. Let's catch up on some super chats here. Can't pass because the Eagles are defending so well, says Vita. I'd hate to be your toilet bowl tomorrow, says Constantine. Well, I think you'd hate to be any day, mate. What are you trying to say? You like to be shit on? Colin says, fair play, Goldbridge. Leeds United fan here. United is through great commentary on the Poundland Rugby. You've just started something, Colin, there. Goldio says 17-0 is a bad score. How many more goals in this game do you reckon? I'd park the bus and bring some defenders on. Trippy, I can't read that. At least, thank you very much, Stephen the Hazard. 12,500 watching. Kendrick to come at half time. This is our 5th Super Bowl watch-along. I don't think... I'll put this out to the nerds. I don't think we've ever had 17-0 lead. Although, I think when Tampa Bay beat the Chiefs, it was quite a big score there as well. 31-9. Buccaneers against the Chiefs was 31-9 final score. Half-time score was 21-6. So not too much difference. Yeah, second play coming in here from the Eagles. They've just made about 9 yards on the first play, putting them 1 yard away from a first down, which they'll definitely make with their running game. They'll just be looking for a bit of possession here to take it to half time. First down. Just near the halfway line. Also, I used to be a Man United fan back in the 90s, says Chaplin. Still, I think I have that shirt somewhere with the kid on it. Beckham had it too. Lovely one. Well, who do you support now? What do you mean you used to be a United fan? And you're alive? You should take that to your death, mate. You don't change your club. Josh Wiles, welcome to the Members Club. Poll yes or no, weekly Goldbridge Pringles ASMR, says Goldio. Favourite American snack so far? Yes. These are going to be the winners. Muddy Bears. Basically, Haribo's. I'll say Haribo's, but they're covered in chocolate. Yellow flag. Holding. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be scoring from this play. Chaplin says, salutations. As an American, I don't understand some of the sayings, but something like folding like a cheap deck of cards or folding like a cheap tent is something I can relate to over here. Oliver says, Goldbridge eating on a watch-along, needs to see this on the United Stand chilled mark. Have you watched the NFL movie The Replacements with Keanu, says Samuel Cooper? Another yellow flag here. First down. They've let, I tell you what, Chiefs have let them off the hook here. Looked a bit soft, to be fair, on the Chiefs. Oh, box is going to go into stand back down here. Yeah, so that's letting them off the hook. Eagles back with a first down near the halfway again. They were in trouble. That could be a big major let off. Chiefs defense. I actually, you know what? I said this though. The Chiefs defense haven't been bad. Chiefs defense against the Eagles attack has been an interesting battle. The issue has been because the Eagles have had so much possession, the main game has been Chiefs defense against the Eagles attack. It's the domination of the Eagles defense against the Chiefs attack that has caused the problems. That's why it's 17-0. I don't think the Chiefs defense has done bad. A benefit of the Eagles having so much possession is they will keep the Chiefs defense on the field and they'll get tired. That will make Eagles running offense even more effective, says J.E. And Scott Botham says, get this, Mark. My childhood best friend was a United fan until last year. Now he's a full-on Chelsea supporter. Madness, Scott. Oliver Anderson says, I missed your last super chat. I'll go and find it. Ashley says, who are you supporting? Eagles. I don't want the Chiefs to win it. 3 in a row. That was from Ashley. Oliver Anderson, I read that about the eating, didn't I? I think we've got another break coming in here, so I'm just going to show you a couple of clips that we've got. 2-minute warning. Two minutes left in the first half. Right, let's get a couple of these clips up for you. 2 minutes left in the first half. That, of course, was the interception from the Chiefs earlier on. Let's have a look at this. That was that interception, touchdown. Cooper DeJean. Can we get a Mrs. Oh, what's that? I don't support any British football club anymore, says Chaplin. Also agree with you about Old Trafford. Dodger Stadium is the third oldest in the MLB and they're successful and I love it. A new stadium does not equate to success. Wyatt McCall says, I remember a 28-3 game. I'm a Pats fan, best day of my entire life. I don't even think my wedding would be better. And Oliver Anderson says, can we get a Mrs. Goldbridge watch-along United stand or final game of the season? Come on. Trippy loves putting stuff in about Philip Schofield that I can't read. Rink says, how many points do you get for a touchdown? You get 6 for the touchdown and 1 for the kick. This would be a hell of a turnaround. Harvard Edge says, what's the most difficult? Explaining the American football rules for a noob or why Man United haven't won the league in 10 years? Well, I think it's easier to explain why Man United haven't won the league in 10 years because we're owned by the bloody Glazers and they use us as a bloody personal bank. Sully says, what's the funniest super chat you've ever received? Mate, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be able to do that answer justice, to be honest with you, because I've had so many over the years. Have a couple more of these. Here we go. 2 minutes to go. Fourth and 3. Kick. No, the punting. That's a wasted opportunity, isn't it? Oh, I shouldn't have ate them Cheetos, actually. They're quite hot. So, Chiefs, 1 minute 50 until half time to try and get some points on the board. Mahomes, who's had a terrible half, if they could make it 17-7 at half time, they've got a chance. They need to score here. Jide says, do a poll, will Kendrick perform Not Like Us? I can't believe what's going on here. This is over. This game is over at half time. Mahomes has just been intercepted. And the Eagles will be about 10 yards out from a touchdown. I mean, this has got to be Mahomes' worst ever game ever. He's having a stinker in his most important game. Now, this is over. This is over at half time. You can lose a Super Bowl, but there's losing a Super Bowl and there is an absolute implosion. This is absolutely unbelievable. Eagles have got 1 minute 45 to take a 20-point or maybe even a 24-point lead, which, playing the way they're playing, yes, not the first person to mention this in the chat. Missed who it was from there. Hey, maybe it's catching. I've always said that the Chiefs remind me of Man City. Yeah, maybe they are just doing a Man City here. If the USA was a non-American football country and gathered their top athletes, do you think they'd have a chance to win the World Cup, says Wyatt? Connor Cox says Monica Lewinsky under the table bridge. Cooper DeJean is the player to score a touchdown on his birthday in a Super Bowl. He's the first person to do it. Did you know this is Tom Brady commentating? Says Benbow. Touchdown Eagles, 1:35. Still to go. Battered. Battered like a fish. Incredible. They ain't coming back from this, bruv. So what's that? 20? It's going to be 24. Look at that. Look at that. $24-0. Thoughts on Sancho's comments on Rashford's post? Says say, mate, apparently he played shit for Chelsea last night and he's posting freedom under an Aston Villa post. Maybe focus on your own game, bro. The Eagles are soaring, yes. So things like chip and chase, Gary Owen aren't a thing. I'm guessing the amount of stoppages don't allow for that randomness, as Gareth. Would rather watch Arsenal do corners for 90 minutes, as OTG. Funniest chat is when you said like a cream pie, says Matthew. Yes, 86% say that Kendrick will perform not like us. That was from Jide. Snog, marry, avoid. I'm not, mate, I wouldn't marry or snog a bloke. So why have you put Klopp, Pep and Joel Glazer in it? How do you feel about Euro qualifiers, England against Latvia, says Edwards? I'm not a massive fan of international breaks. Where's the pizza, wings and beer, says Parker. And this is the worst I've seen Mahomes play, says Martin. You and me both, brother. I just got out of work, says Ruben. Are you going to try more American snacks? Glory, glory, Man United. I've had quite a few, mate. I don't want to be throwing up. God, look at that Nottingham watch party. This gives Nottingham, well. How long's half time, Mark? It's normally about half an hour, isn't it? Half time. I think I always get asked this every year. I think half time is normally about half an hour. In a normal game, it's not half an hour. It might be 45 minutes actually. But a normal American NFL game, half-time isn't half an hour, but I think it's about half an hour. Haven't seen this type of domination since Lily Phillips as a Toro. You getting the red wine out, Mark? Says Joe. No, don't need to drink like that. Missed my last one, mate. Important question, says Oliver. Done it. This is absolutely wonderful to watch. However, it's not even half-time. Remember 28-3, says Alex. Yeah, that's the Patriots game. Harrison Brown says, is being 4 touchdowns behind the same as losing 3-0? It's my first Super Bowl. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. 3-0 down at half time. Arca says, scenes out here in Philly. Turn out the lights, the party's over. If you know, you know, says Lawrence. Gambling addicts will put their savings in Chiefs win. Will they bench Mahomes for the second half, says Rob? No. Let's just pray we don't have another 28-3 on our hands, says Derek. No, I'd like to see the Chiefs come back. I'd like to see a bit of excitement. Red Pill says, Mahomes threw the infamous Hollywood pass, as you always say. It's 100% Mahomes' worst game of the season by a very long way. John Lee says, what's the biggest Super Bowl win? Here we go, Mahomes. First down. He's got a yellow flag. I tell you what, this has been a really long quarter, this. So many stop-starts. It's because of all the scores. Another yellow flag. You look tired, Mark. Get some sleep. I love it when people start saying this. I've done it for 5 years in a row. I'm always here till the end. Why would I suddenly go, oh yeah, I'm a bit tired now. I think I'll stop doing the one Super Bowl stream that we do every year just to go and have some sleep. You go and get some sleep. That's a good throw. They've got to get a score here. Third down. Yeah, that's another great point by the commentator here. The Chiefs have not been in this position for a very long time, where they're so far behind. So it's not like they're used to coming from behind. Oh my God. Mahomes gets free here. He's wide open for the pass, and the guy drops it. It's their whole offence. It's not just Mahomes. It's the catching. It's the protection of Mahomes. The whole thing is just it's just collapsed. So they're going to punt here with 27 seconds. Uh, 23 seconds. I think they'll just run the clock down here. There's no point to try and... They could try and be aggressive and try and score again, but I think they're just going to run the clock down, get to half time. 24 up. They'll probably just kneel on the ball here and let it drop. They're only 1 point off the biggest halftime lead in Super Bowl history, by the way. Oh, they go. Are they playing? Yeah, they're going in 24-0 at half-time. That is half-time. Kansas City's falling down, says Wyatt Mitchell, and Mahomes is a clown. You're crushing it, Mark. Enjoy the American snack, says John Stewart. 12,000 watching still. Absolute legends. 1:15 in the morning. I tell you what, that's a watch-along. That's a community. That's football. Mahomes with Karius-esque performance, says Raj. Need to take these off for a moment. Are you a fan of Kendrick, says Leo? I feel like when you get to my stage in life with music, the relationship becomes very much about enjoyment. So if I'm shooting some pool or throwing some darts or playing some EAFC or GTA and I'm putting some music on, I'm not really about, what's the latest hits? I'm more about what do I like? So I'll have a playlist of music that I liked 20 years ago and stuff. So I suspect when it comes on and I listen to it, I'll probably know what it's about, but I'm not gonna lie and say, yeah, I've got his latest album, you know. Have you ever tried Warheads candy next Super Bowl, says Jide? I think I have. Mahomes poor, but what about this Philly defense? Unstoppable, says Bailey Shaw. Yeah, I think absolutely the story of that half is incredible. 24-0. Never would have seen this coming. If anything, I would have thought it might be the other way, but I never would have seen it. These two teams are hard to break, hard to split. And I would have said the Chiefs would win it because they've got that experience of winning. This would have been the third in a row. To be 24 down at half-time is just massive. It's the equivalent of being nearly 4-0 down at half-time in football. It literally is nearly 4 scores. So, yeah, it's a battering in a cup final. And the mentality thing is that the Chiefs, I can't remember the last time Chiefs were battered like this at half-time. So they're not used to coming back from this. They're mentally shot, psychologically blown, and they've got to go and produce one of the greatest comebacks in NFL history, which won't be easy. They've been annihilated. And the story of the game very much comes down to the fact that I think the Chiefs' defence has done okay. But I think the biggest issue for me has been the Chiefs' offence, and the Philadelphia defence has dominated them to a point that I've never seen that. I mean, I'm not over-exaggerating. The way the Eagles have dominated the Chiefs' attack, you'd probably have to watch 10 Chiefs games to see them get done that much as they've been done in that half. It's been absolute annihilation. And, you know, as we show you some clips here, courtesy of the NFL, thank you very much for that. I've got another one here. Yeah, they've absolutely destroyed them. Absolutely took them to the cleaners. And I don't think anybody expected it. This is the A.J. Brown touchdown, the most recent one. I mean, they've not had a score, the Chiefs, yet. Annihilation in the Super Bowl. And I'd be stunned. I'd be absolutely stunned if the Chiefs came back and won this. Can I get some advice, mate? Says Oliver Anderson. I've been chasing a girl for a while now and things don't seem to be moving forward. Do I walk away or have you got any better advice? Well, when you say chasing a girl, what have you literally been running around after her, or have you actually been asking her out on dates? Because if you're not getting anywhere and you've been asking her out, you've got to take the hint and move on. Depends how blunt you've been. You should do a darts final watch along, says Mason. You should do WrestleMania, says Forever FUMC. So many highlight moments. Drake is getting nervous, says Jacob. Mark listened to the 10 Commandments being made, says Zach. Chiefs might come back. Second half FC, says Leo. What is your most favourite halftime show? I think the weekend was the best one, actually, I've seen so far when doing the watch-alongs. Looking forward to the United Stand show. Can you give us a hint about special guests, says Joe. The scripts, Danny has said he's going to come on, which would be nice in Dublin. Being an Irish band, he's going to do a couple of songs and have a bit of a chat about United. Do you... Bloody hell, have you seen these stats? Passing yards, 20 for the Chiefs, 117 for the Eagles. Rushing yards, 3 for the Chiefs, 62 for the Eagles. Incredible. Absolute domination. Do you think... Oh, come on, Trippy reviews. You're terrible. What's your favourite? You've done that one from John as well. Yeah. How long is the half-time show? I'm going to Google it, but I think it's half an hour. Half-time during a regular season is 15 minutes, although the length of the Super Bowl is typically doubled due to the extra time it takes to set up and take down the stage and other props. So we should be back playing at about 10 to 1. But we get to listen to Kendrick, and we might be able to put you some clips up of it as well. Mark, you say the Chiefs' defence has done okay, but their guards have let the Eagles tackle Mahomes 4 times. Says James Canning. Yeah, I meant more like when the Eagles had been attacking. Their protection of Mahomes has not been great, yeah. Eagles have got more points than Chiefs have had yards, says Derek. It's disgusting. Will we regret loaning Rashford, says Constantine? No, because it was 100% the right decision. Even if he does well, he was not doing well for Man United, and he was not likely to do well, and he'd had loads of chances. JB, thank you very much for your chat. Chiefs have never been done like this, says Jay. No, they've been absolutely battered. Absolutely battered. Half an hour long, they just said it, says Jack. Yeah, it's 15 minutes in a normal game. What can I eat? I don't really want to have any more chocolate now because I want to go to sleep at some point. Although, that mallow, what's that? I don't know. What's that? Charleston Chew. Maybe just have one more of these. Brilliant. These have been brilliant for me. Muddy Bears. Unbelievable. So good. What we've got in here? Yeah, I wasn't a fan of you. That $1 million bar, I've had it before. Never liked it. Send it back. I am going to try this. Dark chocolate covered in nougat and peanuts. Wow. I think this is going to stick around my teeth. Oh my God. What's going on here then? Oh my God. Can I show you this? Look at that. It's like... You know what? That's all right. That's actually nice. It's called a look bar. It's quite nice. Here we go. Get ready for the music. The halftime show. I really like this. That is absolutely fantastic. I think it's beaten those... it's called a Look bar. Here we go. Fabrizio Romano time. Kendrick Lamar, here we go. Samuel L. Jackson. Jem doesn't like rap music. You don't look very impressed, Goldbridge. It's not Oasis, is it? I mean, just think, if I was driving around in driving with Goldbridge, this would be right up my street. This is the sort of stuff I listen to. I'm just looking at the list of halftime shows in Super Bowl history. Usher was last year. Rihanna was the year before that. Kendrick Lamar was on the year before that with Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige. The Weeknd was the year before that. Shakira, Jennifer Lopez the year before that. Maroon 5 the year before that. Justin Timberlake the year before that. Lady Gaga the year before that. Coldplay have done it. Katy Perry. Bruno Mars. Beyonce. Madonna. Black Eyed Peas. Samuel L. Jackson again. Luke Hamilton says, I have to say thank you. My mental health has been awful recently, but this channel has been awesome for me. Thank you. No worries, Luke. Mark's going to be as fat as a Texan by the end of this, says Hayden. I mean, I've only had a few bits of chocolate, really, when you put it into context. I'll have a good week now. I'll go good. Mark, you better have an iron stomach, says Move Maniac. Kaiser Chiefs or Kansas Chiefs, says Happy. Someone in the Chiefs touched the trophy before the game started. It's bad luck in the final. Must be the same here, says Misha. And I wish this was the Bengals, Mark. Bengals equals Tottenham, says Charlie. It was the Bengals versus the Rams, wasn't it, a few years ago? Rams won. Eagles defence reminds me of old school Mourinho, says Robert. Mark, mate, should I go to bed? Is it over? Says Milo. I mean, I always like to see it through till the end, but I think I'd be very surprised if the Chiefs can get back into this now. They do start with the ball in the second half, though, so... Rag says, which Premier League manager do you think would make the best NFL coach? None of them, because they probably haven't got a bloody clue how to play it. Can you shout out my dad on his birthday, Phil? Yes, Joe. It might be 1:30 in the morning, but I still know what 2 words say to make it rude. Thoughts on Chelsea this season and top 5, says James. I mean, I don't know I don't get the Chelsea downer at the moment. You are in the top 4. I think you'll finish in the top 4. Am I the only one already bored about the show, says Roberto. And Coldplay was 10 out of 10 to CF Cash. I think that the trouble is these days it's hard to say who to go for, isn't it? Like, who will the next one be, because music is changing. So iconic musicians become less and less. That's why people like Oasis and all that lot sell out. But who are the next big artists? Only Ted Lasso can help Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs, says Leo. Zanny says Kendrick got a bit of relevancy this year because he dissed Drake and song did well. Don't think he would have got a show otherwise. Am I the only one? Okay, that's from Roberto. It sounds atrocious. I was looking for hot jams, says Emily. This is worse than Rihanna, says CFC Cash. I've got to say, I've not been impressed by this massively. Nicole says, at least Rihanna had an excuse of being pregnant. Yeah, definitely Kendrick is not going to be like that. My mate, who is out in the bar in Birmingham, says 100% they haven't coped with the pressure. Couldn't have been a worse first half for the Chiefs. They're playing for pride now. There you go. Say this every year, but thank you again, Mark, for getting me into the NFL. I watched Super Bowl 56 because of you streaming it, and now a huge Rams supporter because of it, says CFC Jack. That's great. Absolutely great. I think I'm going to get to some of the games this year in London. I can't believe somebody in the chat just said, is that Whitney Houston? I mean, Whitney Houston's been dead for about a decade. I don't actually know who it is, but I know it's not Whitney Houston. It's Czar, apparently. Wyatt says, I'm a Chelsea fan. We are not top 4. We need to get out. Our ownership stop turning into Brighton, says Wyatt. Just universally, a lot of people are saying a shit halftime show. Tia says, Prince was the best ever. Watch if you get a chance. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, by the way, if you haven't. I think The Weeknd was the best one we've ever done. Halftime show is going on at the moment, mate. Czar is pronounced scissor. What? S-Z-A is pronounced scissor. We'll spell it properly then. Morgan says, is he even going to play Not Like Us? He needs to play something from Good Kid, Mad City, says Patrick M. And his music isn't for this type of show, to be fair, says Banker. And you seeing Oasis next year, Mark, says Flash. It's this year, mate. This summer. A lot of people like SZA's music. I'd say Not Like Us will be the last one, won't it? To be honest, my experience of Super Bowl halftime shows is that most of them people just say a shit anyway. It's pretty hard to please. Someone said in the chat, do you think Oasis could do it next year? I don't think Oasis are big enough in America to do it. Someone's going to say they did it. I don't think Oasis are big enough to do, unless they blow up massively in the summer. I don't think Oasis would be big enough for the Super Bowl in America. There you go. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Songs need melody for a general audience. It's too niche, says Sam. Pink. Kyle says, possibly the worst halftime show ever. Well, it's definitely been our best Super Bowl watch-along ever. We've been consistently around 11,000, 12,000 people watching, as hopefully more and more of you are converting to this intriguing sport. I do enjoy it. I like the fact that it's stop-start. I like the fact that you can chat in between it. I like the fact that it's an event. I will admit it's a hard sport to follow through the whole season because the games are long. But when it gets to the playoffs and the Super Bowl, fantastic. Halftime show's done. Well, the commentators are enjoying it, and that's all that matters. And they're being paid too. Oh, God, I am getting a bit of stomachache now. This is the trouble. I do like the sweets on the Super Bowl, but I don't really eat and drink a lot of sweets. Someone please check on Drake. I'm worried, says Jide. Did you understand any word he said? Says John. Hey, come on. Let's not be like that. NYC Boy says the performance wasn't worth the hype. Lots of people saying it was 5 out of 10. Diabolical. Trash. Very bad. But Pally says 10 out of 10. Kendrick is the GOAT for a reason. Obviously, they've got to clear the pitch now, so the players won't come out straight away. That's it. That's it for the halftime show. Yes. I think only Americans like American rap music these days, says Louise. Drake fans crying. It's all going off between Drake and Kendrick fans in the live chat. It's going a little bit over my head, I've got to admit. It's not my thing. But if it's yours, well done. I suppose it's a little bit like Manchester United-Liverpool chat, isn't it, really? KC22 says it's the worst halftime show I've ever seen. Where was Sean Dyche like a diamond, says Siggy? That was a couple of years. That was last year. No, 2 years ago. T-Potion says, the poor performance was, and I quote, lovely stuff. Scott Botham says, Weekend was the best, seen him live, favourite artist. There we go, thank you very much. Still clearing stuff off the pitch here. Flag football, what's that all about then? Boring, Kendrick raps and represents his community, says Pete. The future is flag football, apparently. Why? What's wrong with the normal football? Why is flag football the way forward? So, do we think the Chiefs can get back in the second half? Well, if they do, it's going to be one of the greatest comebacks in Super Bowl history. What they've got to be very careful of is they don't get beaten by one of the biggest Super Bowl scores in history, which I was asked to check before and I never did. Biggest Super Bowl beatings in history. Um, 55-10 in 1990. 49ers beat the Broncos 55-10 in 1990. Bears beat the Patriots 46-10 in 86. 2014, Seahawks beat the Broncos 43-8. 1993, the Cowboys beat the Bills 52-17. 88, Washington beat the Broncos 42-10. The Broncos have been on the end of a few beatings. And 84, the Oakland Raiders beat the Washington 38-9. Super Bowl or World Cup? I mean, football, isn't it? Surely. Joe Harty says it's hard being a rock band in 2025. The music industry doesn't want us anymore because we're too expensive to finance. My band got let go because of it, but social media saved us, to be honest, says Joe. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, mate, because I think music in 10 years' time, who's going to be the bands in the stadiums for the stadium tours? There's not Coldplay. Joseline says it's like a dream to see Plymouth beat Liverpool. Somebody in chat said there, if anybody can do this, it's the Chief. Flag football is basically tag rugby, but for the NFL, says Benbow. And Steve Brown says flag football equals non-contact using a flag in a pocket. Oh, I think we used to play that at school. Fun fact, Lewis Hamilton owns the Broncos, says Prophet. Prince is and always will be the best halftime show, says Duncan. And Nep says that flag football was fun in middle school. Flag football will be in the next Olympics, so the US are pushing it hard, says Luke. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Jimmy says, a team has never won 4 in a row. It's 3. This would be 3 in a row. No one's ever done 3 in a row. Because the Chiefs have won the last 2. They've won... I think Chiefs have won 3 of the last 4. They're a bit like Man City. Yeah, Chiefs have got to come out and start scoring. Flag football sounds like Fall Guys, says Rob Dobson. Here we go. Come on. Here we go. Second half is up and running. Punt by the Eagles. And the Chiefs will start their first attack. Well, this is going to be the very interesting part now. Start of the second half. The Chiefs' attack has been absolutely dominated in this game. Let's see what happens here in the second half. First play. Let's have a prediction on when the game's going to finish, by the way. We always do this. Could be 10 past 4. I'm going to go with 3:30. I'm going to go 3:30. Trying to figure out what it started off. It started off at about quarter to midnight. About an hour and a half, wasn't it? Till half-time show. Just started at quarter to 3:15. Yeah, I think 3:30. Another sack on Mahomes here. It's just not getting any better, is it? And maybe we're disrespecting the Eagles a little bit here. We're like, oh, at some point the Chiefs are going to turn this around. Maybe the Eagles are just the best team this year. I can't pull a sickie tomorrow. I'm on the 10 o'clock show on the United Stand. Mahomes sacked again. Fucking hell. Mahomes is getting sacked more than David Moyes. This is just not... I mean, they've had a whole half-time talk. And it's just continuous. That one, Ozzy says, the Eagles line is absolutely insane. I don't even know what they are here. 3rd and 17. So they're punting again. They haven't scored. It's mad. You come out for the second half of the Super Bowl. You're 24 down. You have the ball and you're punting back to the Eagles within 2 minutes. Incredible. I'm not speechless because I've always got something to say, but I am stunned. Logan says, I don't think Mahomes looks fit. He doesn't look like Patrick Mahomes. As I say, he's been sacked more times than David Moyes. I couldn't think of another manager that's been sacked a lot. As a night owl, I'm very happy to see you up, mate, says Swami. Big shout out to all the night owls. I think I am more of a... Let me just knock these off. I think I am a night owl, but I try not to be. When I was like aged between... I left school, I went to college, and then I was happy at college. And then in the October, I got glandular fever. And I was quite ill for about 5 weeks. And then I went to go back to college and they said, you've missed too much time. So they said, if you want to do it, you need to repeat the year. And then it was sort of like Christmas time and I was like, couldn't go back to college until the following September. So I had a part-time job just to keep me going, but there was no point getting anything sort of apprenticeship-wise. So I just had a lot of spare time and I ended up like staying up till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning every day. And then I think that impacted my mental health. But anyway, that's a separate story. But I think it did made me become a bit of a night owl. I find it hard to go to sleep at night. I mean, even if I try and make myself even if I'm tired, if I try to go to sleep at 11 o'clock, I'll be messing about waking up until about 2. But Mrs. Goldbridge, she can just roll over and go to sleep. Hey Mark, can you say happy birthday to my brother Bernardo, says Estebanan. Happy birthday, Bernardo. What's sad is I bet on the Chiefs, says Constantine. Mate, the betting on this final was literally a 50-50 split. Flip a coin. It's not a flip a coin result at the moment, is it? Jeffro says, Mahomes has seen more sacks than a skin flick star. What are you having for snacks, drinks and sweets, says Ivor. I pretty much ate them, but my winners definitely are. Never had one of these before. It was a Look bar. I bet half of that. I feel a bit sick now. That was absolutely lovely. And the Muddy Bears. They were the 2 wins. I've also been eating a few Pizza Frayed Pringles and Flaming Hot Cheetos. And a can of Dr. Pepper Cherry. I also... Shit, nearly spilt it. I tried a bit of the creamy coconut Dr. Pepper. But it tastes like sun cream. Oh, I shouldn't have tasted it again. Right, here we go. Eagles back on the attack. First play, 20 yards from their own end zone. I think if you're the Eagles now, you just do what the Eagles do and just play possession, don't you? Let the clock run down. Keep the possession as much as you can. Let me know what you're eating, actually. I'll read some stuff out. It's a shame. I really, really do love doing this, and I love the community feel of like 2 o'clock in the morning on a Monday watching a sport like this. I'd love to do it more often. Because the advantage for me as somebody that likes to talk and stream is that there's breaks in the game where you can actually talk, whereas in football, you only really get to talk in depth if it's a shit game. Like if I'm watching Man United, it'd be nice if there was a break after 10 minutes where you can go, oh, that 10 minutes was shit, you know. I wonder if they'll ever do that with football, actually. Bring in like quarters instead of half time. Hertz has just ran about 20 yards. Looked in trouble, and then the gap just opened. See, Mahomes has not had that. Another first down. You're going to regret eating the flaming hot Cheetos, says Mood Maniac. Reese Carr says, get Ange in. Class at avoiding the sack. Not been sacked yet, has he? You needed a Turk Duggan to celebrate New Orleans. Turkey stuffed with a duck and a hen. And some crawfish, says Jeff. Bloody hell. Second down, 4 yards to a first down. Another first down. Barkley. I can see the Eagles getting another score here. Somebody made a great point about football, not American football, soccer if you're American, or football if you're football. Do you think with the volume of games that are played now, roll on, roll off subs would be a good idea? And I do, actually. I think the football calendar is getting so big, and rosters are having to get big. If you could do roll on, roll off subs, then you could have a bench of 11 players. And what a roll on, roll off subs are like, if after 20 minutes it's not going well with Bruno, you take him off for Mount, and then in the second half you bring Bruno back on. I think it'd be... I can't see the problem with it in relation to it should surely have an impact on injuries and fatigue. The biggest issue, I would say, here he goes again. Another sprint through, 25 yards out from a touchdown. The only issue I would say with it is professional athletes, if you play for 20 minutes, then you sit down for 20 minutes and you come back, and you might actually increase injury as your muscles freeze up a bit. It's really easy for the Eagles here at the moment. This is going to be a touchdown. They're 5 yards off the end zone. Another great pass by Hertz into Barkley. Barkley is a Spurs fan, says Solar. Purple says, I love all your content, enjoy everything you put out. As a fan who doesn't support United, I still find a joy in it. Thank you. Thank you very much, mate. Would you want quarters in football? Wouldn't it be too intrusive in terms of disrupting? No, I wouldn't really want it, Jafar. I think stop-start in football is not great. CFC Cash is eating spaghetti and meatballs. Nirvana fan said, what was your most lame excuse when pulling a sickie? I didn't really have any lame excuses. I just always used to do the same thing, which I think we all do. I'd ring up and put the voice on. I feel really bad. What's wrong with you? I've got a headache. Why are you talking funny then? I don't really know. I feel shit. Rolling subs is good, helps younger players get more minutes. Constant fresh players will keep the match tempo up and better for viewers, says T. I don't see a problem with it, T. I just think my only question would be, if you're playing for 20 minutes and you come off and you don't come back onto the second half, is that going to be something that the fitness people say increases injury risk? Anyway, here we go. Eagles, 5 yards out from another touchdown. Third down coming up. They would definitely be taking a field goal minimum here. What new teams do you think would join the Super League if it were to come back? Aston Villa, Newcastle, says Ivor. I think they'd bloody love to, wouldn't they? If there wasn't any FFP restrictions. Another break here. Be a third down. Okay, maybe like 7 allowed substitutions would be better, says VWR. Yeah, but I think that defeats the purpose, because I think the whole point of, like, Seb plays football under 8s and they have roll on, roll off. So Seb could start the game, come off after 10 minutes, and someone else comes on for 20, and then he comes on back on for another 20. It works quite well. Whereas the current substitution parameters mean that it's a final decision. If you get taken off, you can't come back on again. So I think you'd get different tactical switches. If you wanted to play, but there's a downside. What if you take off 3 of your attackers and bring on 3 defenders? And then you park the bus. And then they score, and you go back with your attackers. So it could be bad in that way. Do you think sports are heading the same way? Anytime subs, more breaks, rules getting into an end game? Says Bippy. What was that from Bippy? Do you think sports are heading to the same, so anytime subs, more breaks, rules getting to an end final game? I don't know what that means, Bippy. It's a bit 2 o'clock in the morning. Might be a little bit too far. Maybe, okay, that was from VW. What new teams do you think? Okay. Constantine starts first new job tomorrow and I'm nervous. Any tips? Confident, be confident, but polite. We're all nervous on the first day of a new job. It's not. It's good. Anyway, here we go. 3rd and goal. Right, they're going to have to kick here. Yeah, we've already had 10 minutes of this 3rd quarter. So if this goes in, if he kicks this over, which I'm sure he will do, that'll mean 27-0 lead. Another flag coming in here, I think. If it's a first down, this could be terrible for the Chiefs. Okay, it's gone against the Eagles, that's fine. So here we go. Needs to make this 29 yards out. Yeah, straight down the middle. I say this every Super Bowl, and it is funny, really. You know, if you're a kicker in the NFL team, you're not the punter as well, are you? I mean, look, there'll be some experts in the chat here, but the guy who kicks the field goals isn't the same guy who kicks the punt, is he? So the guy who kicks the punt is the guy who kicks it out the hand, and the guy who kicks it on the pitch is the field goal is the one who kicks it off the ground. Are they the same people or are they separate? Because that's all they do. They're different people, yeah. So if you're the field goal kicker, that's all you do. It's usually not the same, says Barra, but it can be the same. So if you're the punter, all your job is to punt the ball. You don't get involved in throwing it or defending. And if you're the kicker for the field goal, all you do is kick the field goals. That's your job. You just, all season long, that's your job. And if you're the field goal kicker, you might not actually do anything in a game. There might not be any field goals. If your team doesn't score any tries, any touchdowns, or get anywhere to do a field goal, you might not kick it. It's mad, isn't it? It's like playing up front for Man United. You don't have a lot to do. Spencer Brooker says, is it over at this point? 5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. 20 minutes in the game. Eagles are very good at keeping possession. Yeah, I mean, I think this was over at half time. Emily says, do you know how much these kickers get paid? It's mad. Oh, mate, I know. 100%. D says, first love breakup, any tips, Mark? Ended on good terms. Well, I mean, that's good news that it ended on good terms. Plenty more fish in the sea. And the important thing with the death of a relationship or a family member or a pet is that you have to grieve. You've got to get over it. There's no quick way. They're saying you never say never in a Super Bowl. They've just set advertised NFL Game Pass, meaning you can watch every single NFL game throughout the season. They should do the same with the Prem, says Derry. It's disgusting that they don't. Our teacher's looking for us now. Please help, says Ali. If Pro Rugby League has rolling subs, why can't we, says Satama. Andy, thank you very much for that. I mean, there is no way back for the Chiefs, but they've got to score. There you go. First down, Chiefs. Evan says, as a team, ever not scored. A team is. I've seen teams not score in a normal game. I don't think it's ever happened in the Super Bowl. Football equivalents to this Chiefs bottle job, says Matthew. I'd say Germany, Brazil in the Brazil World Cup 2014. I'd say it's that shocking. Feel like it's not over yet. Refs are going to bottle this, says Tristan. First down. Penalty flag. And it's a penalty against the Chiefs for holding. So that great bit of running by Mahomes counts for nothing because they've just hit a 10-yard penalty. Am I a Rams fan? No. I just got sent this and a Broncos top. I think I am going to buy one for my proper team next year. They're in trouble again here. They're on a third down. They're on a third down. And they're going to be... punting again. Yeah, they can't punt. They've got to play. Yeah, this is what happens when you're chasing the game. You'd normally punt from here because if they don't make this play, they give up possession very, very high up the pitch. The Eagles take over again. This is terrible. This isn't a choke. It's a bloody gangbang. It really is. Mark, what's your favourite NFL team? Chicago Bears, right? Says Wheels. I mean, how long have the Chicago Bears not been that good? They were very popular in the late 80s. Yeah, this is... I mean, if the Eagles go and score again, this is like a... fucking hell. They could... I mean, if somebody had said to me, we'd be in the third quarter and the Eagles would be having a chance to go 30 points unanswered and the Chiefs would be on 0, I'd have said, what? This is now about how big the beating's going to be. How do you get a Pats jersey? Cheers from Boston. Says Sean, don't know. Iraqi says you've got to start an NFL fan channel. There is no good one. Come on, do it. Colin says Patrick Mahomes and Rashford. There's a bit of respect between them. Chiefs kicker gets $6.4 million a year, says Benbow. I'd do it. I probably could kick most of those kicks he's done as well. Well, I could kick the ones the Chiefs kicked because he hadn't had any. That's what I'm saying. The Chiefs kicker hasn't done anything. So he's earning six. He's not kicked anything today. The punter has, but the field goal kicker or the conversion kicker, he's not done anything. You would never expect that either. In the Super Bowl final, the Chiefs kicker hasn't done anything and we're nearly into the fourth quarter. This would be the first shutout in Super Bowl history, says John. I mean, at the moment, it looks like a possibility. The Chiefs don't look like they're going to get anywhere near. Oh, he kicks at the beginning of each half, says Bad. Okay. Luco says it's a disgraceful performance. The funny thing is, the Chiefs have been brilliant this season. To be, I mean, they've been so good this year. To be in this position is incredible. Have you ever met Mojo? Says Jonathan Bailey. No. Oh my God. What a throw by Hurts here to Smith. $40 yards. 40 yards. Watch this. $50 yards pass. Unbelievable. $34-0. Well, I tell you what, this has been the most incredible Super Bowl we've done. If we do this for another 20 years, I'd be very surprised if we ever had this. We might do a Super Bowl where someone gets battered and you expect them to get battered because one team is a massive favourite, but to come into a final where you couldn't split them and have it 34-0. Speechless. The money shot, Pat. I mean, yeah, that's the thing as well. And you know what? A few people said to me over the last couple of weeks, I'd like the Chiefs to win because the Eagles are really negative. They're a hard watch. I don't think they've been a hard watch. I think the defense has been brilliant. That pass there was remarkable. I think they've been a good watch. It's pathetic, says Simone from the Chiefs. Off topic, would you rather Jey Uso face at WrestleMania, Cody Rhodes or Gunter? I think Cody Rhodes would be the better one, George, yeah. Chiefs are making Man United look amazing, St Constantine. Mark, are you planning to visit USA next year? Yes, Rohan. And when the refs don't help the Chiefs, this is what you get. What a touchdown. Hail Mary, says Deffy. Thank you very much for your super chats today. Oh, what a pass that is by Mahomes. See, that's what Mahomes can do. I mean, he's just thrown a 50-yard pass. Best pass of his game. They've got to be quick. They've got to move quick. There's 2 minutes of this quarter left. And an incomplete throw there. People saying disgraceful performance. The Chiefs were the favourites. The Eagles' defence is annihilating. One of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game, says Mohit. Yeah. We said it half time and we can say it again now. I think the defence has been fantastic from the Chiefs. From the Eagles. The good thing now is, though, the Chiefs have got to play offensive and quick. But they're on a third down now already. Third down already here. Are you calling in sick like Mason Mount tomorrow, says 5 Cantonites? No, I'm on the morning show at 10. Got to get the podcast out as well. And I've got to get up early. Probably take Seb to school as well. So I'm thinking I'll probably get three hours sleep tonight. And then get up for a few hours. And then I might have another 3 in the afternoon. Oh, lovely throw. Kelsey gets a first down. Yeah. Remember, I used to work nights when I was in the police. So I know the tricks of the trade. Like when you used to work nights, I used to work 10 o'clock till 7 o'clock in the morning. And you do 4 in a row. And then you'd go into 3 days off. So you'd finish at 7 o'clock on, say, a Friday morning. But you'd be back at work at 8 o'clock on a Monday. So you get 3 full days off. But your first day, you'd be sleeping. Because we've just done a night. So what you tend to do is you'd finish your night shift at 7 o'clock in the morning. Get home. Get into bed for 8. Make yourself get up at midday. Even though you'd only had 4 hours. Just to get yourself back on track. Richard Romero says, thanks for doing this. Mate, it's a pleasure. I love doing this. I mean, we do the charity stream on this channel every November in the international break, and we do the Super Bowl. I'd like to add something else. So there's like a third non-football thing that we do on this channel. Oh! What a touchdown that was by the Chiefs. Worthy of a touchdown. This is what's happening now, though, isn't it? People are having to throw... You know, it's almost like the cautionary tale is gone. It's now about hitting worldies. And that is a worldie of a pass and a worldie of a catch. They're going to go for 2 here, not a kick. So they only get what? They don't get the point. 6. $34-6. So it's still 8. 28, which is 4 scores. We are going for a record score. Fly Eagles fly, says Iraqi. Thank you for doing this. You're a legend. Equivalent of 7-1 Brazil-Germany 2014 World Cup abysmal, says 22M. Thank you, 5 Cantonars. Even the 5-1 spanking Arsenal gave City wasn't as shocking as this, says Darry. Thank you very much for that. 34 seconds left in the third quarter, and then we're into the final quarter. See, what the Eagles will do now is slow every play. And what I mean by that is you've got 30 seconds for every play. You know, you play some possession, first downs, etc., and you can run the clock. When you're that far ahead, you can run the clock. Idea, a third thing to do the All-Ireland finals, especially hurling. I should have done the Royal Rumble this year. Royal Rumble would have been a good fun one. Rohan says, I don't always agree with the things you say, but I have to say I admire your work ethic, doing the morning show after this and all the sweets. Yeah, don't tell me about that. Anne Hathaway. Private says, if Chiefs come back for... I'm a Chiefs fan for life there. I think for them to come back, Eagles have got to start making big mistakes, like interception mistakes. They won't. They'll play the running game. You can't be intercepted if you play the running game. They'll play the running game. There you go. We're going to be going into the fourth and final quarter now. It's just running down. Mark is my favourite content creator, even though I'm a big Liverpool fan, says Bryce. I think the great thing about That's Football, I mean, let's speak openly at 2 o'clock in the morning or 2:30 in the morning. I think the great thing about That's Football as a football channel is that what I've noticed over the last 2 or 3 years is that if there's an Arsenal game, we get more live viewers than any Arsenal fan channel. If there's a Liverpool game, we get more live viewers than all the Liverpool fan channels combined. Same with Chelsea, same with Spurs. It's an amazing community that's been built. And it gives such a great platform to do stuff like this, because when you've got a united, diverse footballing community, it makes it great for things like community charity streams or Superbowls and stuff like that. And we see it every year. It's happening every year. And like we're nearly at 11,000 people watching at 2:30 in the morning. It's a very loyal, consistent community, and it's not people who are just dipping in. So, but I do feel like I do feel responsible for. Well, I don't really, but I was very, very surprised to see Liverpool out of the FA Cup this weekend, and I didn't do the video on Friday saying I'm worried about Liverpool doing the treble. I wasn't joking. I genuinely was. I didn't think 2 days later that video would be redundant. I'm very happy it is, but yeah. Red Black Spider, thank you very much for joining the members club. Elimination Chamber watch along, please, says Sunrise. I would do it, mate, but I don't think it's on Netflix. I think it's a pay-per-view, isn't it? So I think if you're going to do pay-per-views, they need to be on Netflix, so everybody can watch them. Do they, you know, what I've always wanted to ask? You know this top I've got on, LA Rams? Do they change them as much as they do for football? Like, will they have a different top next year, or do they just keep the same sort of? Because they're pretty much what they are, aren't they? Like, but do you know, like Man United change their kit every bloody year? Do they change their kits as much as we do in football? Every single pay-per-view is on Netflix now, but I thought there was one on Saturday night that wasn't. Maybe I will do it then. Mark, you should do AFL Grand Final watch, says Redback Spider. Up yours, Taylor Swift, says Defy. No, they're pretty much the same every year, Mark, says Ryan. That's good. NFL jerseys are the same at least 8 years per design. They sometimes won't even change then, says Est. Right, we're back up and running. Final quarter. I said a 3:30 finish. I think we're going to be an early Super Bowl finish this year. I can't see us having an hour quarter. The WWE Saturday Night main event one's on YouTube. Elimination Chamber is on the Netflix. I might do that one. As I say, I've got really. I always feel apologetic when I say this, but I've got really into WWE. And I've got to say, it's down to Netflix. The accessibility of Netflix has made me really get into it. So it must be absolutely massive for wrestling in the UK. I think, isn't NFL coming to Netflix as well soon? I'm sure I heard that. First down, Eagles. Yes, lads, UTV says only Saturday night event is not on Netflix. It was on, NFL was on Netflix for Christmas, says Frankie. Who's on your WWE Mount Rushmore, says T? Oh, that's a good one. Shawn Michaels, Bret the Hitman Hart, Undertaker, and that's tough. The fourth one's tough. I liked Ultimate Warrior, but he wasn't a great wrestler. I liked Hulk Hogan, but he wasn't a great wrestler. I like The Rock. I don't know. I used to hate Shawn Michaels, but he's just an amazing wrestler. So's Bret the Hitman Hart. First down for the Eagles again. What about Stone Cold? I never liked Stone Cold. That's the problem. I'd rather put Triple H there. Muzzy says you blocked me on Twitter, but all WWE pay-per-views are on Netflix. Thanks, Muzzy. I'm sure you got blocked for a good reason if I blocked you. Lustergale says, I think what you said about Netflix is why the Glazers won't sell. Same thing will happen with the Premier League. Needs to happen. We need to have a bloody pay-per-view of every bloody Man United game. It's ridiculous in this country. Jonas says, there's something about you we all like, Mark. Thank you, mate. Tell you what you don't want to do if you're only going to get 3 hours sleep, you don't want to be pissing. And I've just realised I've drank a lot. Oh, that reminds me of something. God, 5 minutes of this. You see what I mean? They're running the clock down. We've had 5 minutes of this quarter already. There ain't no way back for the Chiefs. There's only 10 to go. You can just run the clock down. Just while this is going on, let's have a quick look at some of the clips we've had for you tonight. Absolutely incredible. Big shout out to the NFL for sending us some merch and giving us some of the footage. A welcome addition. Not really any Chiefs stuff in there. That was an interception. That wasn't a touchdown. And it all started off, that's the start. It all started off so well for Mahomes. But it hasn't been the dream night. Could have been 3 in a row. It's been an absolute battering. They've just scored a field goal, by the way. I'm there looking back on some of the clips, and the Eagles have just gone up and added 3 more points. And we are having that conversation now at 37-6. Biggest Super Bowl beatings in history. It's one of them's been done. Biggest in history was 49ers 55, Broncos 10. Second is 46-10, Bears Patriots. Third is Seahawks 43, Broncos 8. Fourth is Cowboys 52-17. Fifth is Redskins 42, Broncos 10. So this would be a 31-point gap. At the moment, this is just outside the top 5 biggest blowouts in Super Bowl history. 31-point gap. They could push this to the second biggest, because the second biggest blowout is 36-point gap. And this gap is a 31 at the moment. So a Super Bowl the other, a touchdown the other way. In England, you can't watch all games of the Premier League. In the USA, for example, if you have Peacock, all games are available. And with the ESPN, La Liga and Bundesliga. Oh, mate, it's an absolute joke. VWR. Like, England, meant to be one of the, forefront countries in sport. You can't even watch every bloody game of your own national game. Much love, Mark. Happy to see Mahomes crumble, says United. And I actually am. I didn't want the Chiefs to win. I've never really been a fan of the Chiefs. Thanks for all your super chats and all your support tonight. We've never dipped below 10,000 at all, and it's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, which is incredible. Well, Mahomes now needs to... They need to play quick. They need to play fast. Philip O'Brien says, what watch-alongs are you doing this week, Mark? Man City, Real Madrid Tuesday, Everton, Liverpool Wednesday, Chelsea, Brighton Friday, Arsenal, Leicester Saturday, 3 p.m. Saturday, Spurs, Man United Sunday. Oh, God. This is going to be one of the biggest blowouts in Super Bowl history. He's just fumbled it. Mahomes. It's going to be a hard psychological blow for Mahomes, this. I don't think Brady ever had this. Remember what I said before? They're one off the record of 7 Super Bowl sacks, by the way. The points gap here is 31. If the Eagles can go and get another touchdown here, that gap is 38, which means it's the second biggest margin of victory in Super Bowl history. Not insignificant, is it? Benjamin Q says, Shag, Marry, Kill, USA edition, Melanie Trump, Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I'm not answering that, mate. Viaplay in the Netherlands has every Premier League game, says Hayden's Gaming Adventure. Curtis, thank you very much for your super chat. Will say Taylor Swift write a song about this, says Redback Spider. I really want the Taylor cam, says Private. Mahomes is the equivalent of Rashford, good but overrated to CFC Cash. Argyle fan here, absolutely buzzing after today and very drunk somewhere in Plymouth. Get in there, you green, says Daniel Sturtridge. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock, the FA Cup draw. I mean, look, I don't think Man United are good enough to win the FA Cup. We're absolutely shit. So I'd say Man City on paper are probably the favourites, but they've not been very good themselves. So I sort of look at it and go, could we get a really interesting FA Cup winner this year? Could it be a Bournemouth or a Newcastle or an Aston Villa, which would be great? I think this season, although Liverpool will win the league, I think it's been the best season in the Premier League for a long time, just because of the competitive nature of it. And it would be great to see a Carabao Cup win for Newcastle, an FA Cup win for a Villa or a Bournemouth, if it's not going to be Man United. Alex Hardy says, what about Forest? They are still in the FA Cup. I think I forgot about that because them and Crystal Palace haven't played their game yet, have they? They're not playing each other. One's playing Monday and one's not. Just imagine United win the Cup and the FA Cup and the Europa League. I mean, yeah, we can dream. Thoughts on the game, Elfin? I mean, I look forward to the Super Bowl every year. I get very excited about it. I think life's a gift and we should cherish every moment of it because we never know how long we've got. But when you're looking at the year, there are events in the year. I look at the charity stream in November. I look at the Super Bowl in February. You've got the summer for the transfer window or a major tournament. You've got, April and May for the end of the season. August and September, the start of the season. Christmas. So there's certain events in the year that you look forward to. And I think the Super Bowl is always one I really look forward to. And it grows every year, and the popularity of it is growing every year. And we're not here to be purists of the NFL. We're here to just be, it's a bit like watching Wimbledon, isn't it, in the summer? You know that you understand the game, but you don't necessarily follow it in depth. But this is the 5th one we've done, and in many ways, this is the most remarkable. I mean, there's been some close ones, and I'd rather have a close one, but they're just about to hit a field goal here to make it 46 in a final. And it is 40. In a Super Bowl that was meant to be close between two teams that you can't split. And it's been over for a very, very long time. And with a gap of 34 points, that puts them into the 5th biggest margin of victory in Super Bowl history. Only 1 point behind the Cowboys and the Seahawks. And 2 points behind the Bears. So if the Eagles were to get another score without reply, so yeah, as far as the game goes, we've watched one of the biggest batterings in Super Bowl history. I never would have predicted that. My betting app said that someone placed a 2,000 bet on the Eagles to win by more than 28 points. If they win by that margin or more, that person will win over 50,000 today. That seems cheap though, City all the way. A 2,000 bet to win 50,000 if the Eagles win by more than 28. I mean, I would have said that that's quite big odds. Although, yeah, I still think a 28-point lead, a win, is quite a lot. Do you think this is the end of the Chiefs, says Lewis? No, I still think the Chiefs could be in the Super Bowl next year. I think it's weird. Well, you say it's weird. Look at the domination of the Patriots year after year after year. But the Super Bowl and the way the draft system works, NFL and the way the draft system works is meant to make for a more level playing field so that you don't necessarily get the same teams every year. But the Chiefs setup, I don't think this will be the end because they've still got one of the best quarterbacks in the world, if not the best. And the system still works. So I think that the Chiefs will still be around next year. It's one of the conversations that always comes up, like who do you think is going to be the team next year? And a lot of it depends on the draft, etc. But the Eagles have had a couple of good years themselves. The Eagles have had 3 good years. The Eagles have been in 2 of the last Super Bowl finals. And last year, they probably should have done a bit better, but they choked a bit at the end. So I'd love the Bills to do it, but always the bridesmaids, never the bride, the Bills. So it's hard to predict. I don't know. You tell me who you think's going to win the Super. Who's going to be the team next year? You know, the Lions were good this year. Got a bit of an injury going into the playoffs. Ravens are good. I'd like it not to be the Chiefs next year. It'd be nice to have two different teams. Mark, if you could sign 3 players for United, no matter the money or the chances, who would they be? For me, it's Jamal, Isak and Wirtz. It's hard for me to think at 10 to 3 in the morning, mate, so I'll take that, Andre. I'd like Vinicius Jr., though. When are you coming to Toronto? Lots of United fans here. I'd like to just go to Toronto anyway, Kevin. I really want to do quite a bit of travelling. A lot of people saying the Bengals next year look good. Why are a lot of people saying the Bengals? What's going to change with them? I don't think the Cowboys will be there, Comet. Owen says Bills and Lions, I reckon. Eagles will be back, definitely. Texans says VWR. I mean, for their own good, the Chiefs need to get a score here, because if they don't, and then the Eagles go up the other end, bloody hell, pride's out the window. Good play there. First down to the Chiefs. They're moving up. Keep up the good work, bro, and ignore the hate. Thank you very much, mate. Issa. Is this the worst final, says Just Rody. You know, to be honest with you, it is this. Look, you want a close final, but I've got to be honest. I wanted the Chiefs to lose. So, do I want a close final and then the Chiefs win? No, I would take this every day of the week, but I just was getting bored of the Chiefs. And I wanted to see a change, and we're going to see a change. I don't even watch the NFL, but this is sad, says Paul. UK Bant says, favourite Oasis song, gotta be Rocking Chair or Slide Away for me. Yeah, I do like both of those, but I also like Listen Up. Slide Away's brilliant. Benjamin says, I'm a Manchester lad living in Florida. Lots of friends tried to convince me to cheer the Bucks. Just couldn't stomach the idea of supporting a second team owned by the Glazers. And I don't blame you, mate. Interception here, but I think there's a yellow flag. Well, there is a yellow flag, and I think it's against the Eagles. Yeah. Offside. Third down. Philadelphia fans just burnt down a building in Philadelphia, says Wyatt. Why would they do that? Philadelphia also famous for Rocky Balboa. Good boxer. Ashen says, thanks for doing this. Please do more NFL next season. Mate, this season I very nearly did do the playoffs. It was like that close. Remember I said I was going to do the Bills against the Chiefs? So I think next season we'll start it a little bit earlier for sure. Tells the story a little bit better, doesn't it? Thanks everyone who's tuned in though, and make sure you subscribe. Obviously, primarily a football channel, but we like to do different things. Clock's moving very quick now. Somebody made a great point then. At what point was this game over? The commentators are never going to say it because they don't want to admit it, but the game was over at half time, really. But actually over when it hit 5 minutes left in the third quarter. It becomes pretty much impossible with 20 minutes left to overturn a 30-point lead. Because the Eagles, at any point, the Eagles could have started running the clock down. And they haven't really done it, but you could just really run the clock down in possession. You can't really do it in football, and in some sports you can't do it. But in the NFL, because you've got possession, you can technically run down certain aspects of a game factually. Like you can just get rid of 2 minutes quite easily if you've got the ball. Have you seen any college ball? It's massive, says T. No, I've never really watched it, but I do like the concept of it. It's a bit like the wrestling, isn't it, with what Shawn Michaels does with NXT, which is almost like the college football of WWE, where it's a feeder ground. My next watch-along is Man City, Real Madrid. Oh, touchdown. A flag, though. Oh. No. No touchdown. Pass interference by the offense. Yeah, no touchdown. Taylor Swift cam versus Rashford cam, says Donald. Jeff Evans says college football is actually better. We've got a 105,000 seat stadium here in town, always sold out. That's incredible. Do they run that season at a different time to the main season then, or is this American football shut down now until September? Because I think that's the shame about American football, is that basically from February till September there isn't any. There you go, touchdown. Well, they're bringing the score back a little bit, but I say 13. It might not be 13 here because they'll go for 2 points maybe, or will they just go no? I'm interested to see what they do. Oh no, they're going to go for 2. Yeah. Penalty flag. Well, they've definitely got the 6, which puts them to 12. Yeah. $14.40. Need Mahomes to get 50 more passing yards, Willie, says Aaron. And Benners, thank you very much. Roll on cup draw in the pre-season match against Spurs on Sunday, says Benners. Harry Kane to United would do nothing for us, says Constantine. MB says the last team who achieved a three-peat in American sports was the LA Lakers. 0-0 to 0-2. Poor Chiefs, man. Yeah, that's what they were going for. 3 in a row. Obviously, it's happened in the happened in the Premier League a few times. Man United have done it twice. City have done it. Past your bedtime, Mark, says Big Dosser. What happened with that kick then? Was that deliberate there to kick it not very far? Tried the old squib kick. I've never seen that happen before. I've always wondered what would happen if he didn't kick it very far. A squib kick is a short, low kick off in American football that bounces along the ground. The goal of a squib kick is to make it difficult for the receiving team to field and return the ball. Oh, they've just tipped the Gatorade over the coach. Would you watch AFL Aussie football, says Skipper? I mean, I'll watch anything if it's interesting, as long as I can understand it. Looks like he's had a golden shower there. And he's happy with it. Might not be the first one he's had. Don't know. They've gone to the backup quarterback, says Psycho. Why have they gone to the backup quarterback then? Because the game's over, so you may as well give him a run out. I suppose it's the equivalent of giving a youngster a run out, isn't it? Still 2 minutes and 20 to go, but they're just running down the clock. This is what I mean about the game. It's like you can get to a point where even though there's 3-4 minutes left on the clock, you can tactically run it down. I never understood this 2-minute warning stuff. I mean, is it just another opportunity to get some more ads in? I know it happens every 2-minute warning at the end of the second quarter, 2-minute warning at the end of the game, but it's it really is just about getting another advert in, isn't it? I just want to say hi, Mark. Thoughts in general of this Super Bowl? Did you like the Takis? My favourite chips, says Paolo. Had the Takis last year. They were all right, the blue ones. Thoughts on the Super Bowl? I think it just shows you how sport is unpredictable, mate. For the last 2 weeks, we've been told that these two teams are evenly matched and it could go either way, but it's a bit like Arsenal Man City the other week, isn't it? Nobody really thought it was going to be 5-1 to Arsenal, but it just shows that in professional sport you can't really predict it, and certain things can happen that make it go out of control. I've never seen the Chiefs play like that. I've never seen them play like that, certainly not in a Super Bowl. And the Eagles' defence deserves all the credit, of course, but it was shocking from the Chiefs, and it lost them the game. Joseph B says, the American sports system is shot. There are teams that tank seasons after losing a few games to get higher draft picks. It's an insult to the fans. Relegation and promotion is much better. So you're saying that teams will start losing a load of games on purpose to get higher draft picks? Yeah, I heard that, John. The stadium DJ playing Jump Around by House of Pain. Mohit says the Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the Chiefs in a Super Bowl. The score was 31-9. I know, we did it a few years ago. That was a shock. David Beckham is gorgeous, says Emily. Anne says, this NFL live stream is a blessing. I can't catch you easily in the day. It's 11:11 a.m. in Singapore now. Good morning. Is there any sport you can't stand or get into? Says T. Yeah, there are. I'm just trying to think of some at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to bring the F1 watch-alongs back, Mohammed, and hopefully this year it will be competitive. But I don't find basketball an easy watch, actually. Basketball, baseball. I'm trying to think of more global sports. Golf. Hail Mary. What a touchdown. Well, exhibition or not, that's a hell of a pass. Hail Mary, that. Great play. Great play. So they're halving the score down here. I mean, look, it doesn't really matter. You win the final, don't you? $22. $40. Mrs. Stone says, this is what Liverpool will do in the Champions League final. And Tabish says, do you like or follow cricket? No. I watch like the Ashes. That's about it, really. I used to watch a little bit more when I was in my teens, but I wouldn't really follow it that much, to be honest. I don't have the time, mate. Football's so all-consuming. I won $1,000 on bets. Sharing the love. Cheers for the watch-along, says Alex P. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in. That guy's just lost his 50k mark. Yes, he has, hasn't he? Yeah, they're basically celebrating because even though there's 1:47 left, they can just run that 1:47 down. Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? You've got 3 downs. You just run the clock down. It's a bit weird. I've seen it happen before, and it is a bit weird. I think it's because you get a certain amount of time per play. And obviously, you've got 4 attempts to a first down. So you're going to get 3 plays where you can just run it down 3 times. Alex P's just gifted some memberships as well. Ninja says, please do some UFC watch-alongs. Horrible way to lose. Great way to win. And as I say, it's all or nothing in the NFL because you play all these games, all these league games, all these playoff games, and only one team actually wins something that matters. But I suppose that makes it the big achievement that it is. And there we go. The Eagles have won. Remarkable final, I've got to say. Remarkable final. two teams that many people couldn't split, and the game was effectively over at half-time as Mahomes and Hurts shake hands. The Eagles have destroyed the Chiefs and thoroughly deserved to win it from minute one. Most of it from their defence, to be fair. Incredible. Incredible. Patriots fans can breathe tonight. Yeah, I mean, I think Tom Brady can breathe tonight as well. I don't think Mahomes is going to... How many did Tom Brady win? 7? Mahomes has got 3. I mean, Mahomes has got a long period left in his career, but the Chiefs aren't going to be hitting 10 finals in the next 15 years, are they? He's 29, so yeah, I doubt Mahomes is going to get near the Brady record. But look, absolutely fantastic. It's great to have somebody different winning it. I enjoy doing the Super Bowl, and I don't want to be in a position where it's turning into the Premier League with the Chiefs winning it every year. And it was great that we got a passing of the torch, I suppose. It wasn't even close. The Eagles absolutely battered them. A fair win. Absolutely fantastic. I'm Hayden Banks, says thank you for tonight's show. Hey, God bless everybody. I'm going to go and get some sleep now. I'm not really massive into the lifting of the trophy, if I'm being honest, after being live for that long. It's more about the game for me. But hi, Mark. Man United fan here, says David. And I'm in Philly. No one going to work tomorrow morning. It feels like we won the Prem. It's pandemonium here. Thank you. And having a great time. Fans are going to burn Philadelphia down, says Swami. And Mimos has got any plans for the streams in the summer? Got plans for streams this week, mate. Man City, Real Madrid. Good night, everyone. We've never gone below 10,000 until now. You're absolute legends. We'll be back with the Super Bowl, of course, next year. We'll bring the playoffs into it as well. Big shout out to the NFL for giving us some amazing clips and merchandise as well. I'm on the United Stand at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Speak to you all later. Take care.